Oh, whoa, what's this? One moment, music's a tiny bit loud. Let me fix that real quick. Hello, greetings from the archive. How's everyone doing? And you're already throwing water bottles at me. That sounds about right. Hello, hi, bark bark chat. Okay, technically tomorrow. Oh, and I've been scuffed. God damn you all. I do feel the need to be perfectly honest with you all. Technically tomorrow is my 6 months on HRT, but fuck it. I'm not gonna be live tomorrow. We're celebrating today. Thank you, Anonymous, for the gift sub to Hikari. How dare you? Let me go through and say hello to everybody. Hello, Missing Project, Quarry, Helicoptimus, Andy, Omega Scales, Shy Lion Draws, Mwanpa, Maddie, Asa, Parshi, Nat Puff, Vivi the Anarchist, lovely to see you, Chuckling Bird, King Trillion, Maddie, Dusklight Wanderer, Celador Mythica, Wonder, In the Flesh, Bark Bark Bite, but yeah, time keeps passing way too quickly and I'm mad about it. Mwanpa again, Kefir, Lotus Fang VT, pleasure to make your acquaintance, welcome on in. Someone awesome, lovely to see ya. Belladonna, it has been a hot minute, I hope you've been well. Let's see, Hikari, I am nomming on you so hard, you're gonna get all my boy cooties, I'm sorry. I'm 6 months on HRT. It's all for you. Hello, Danger Safety, good evening to you as well. Hello, Snowy the Adorable, thank you for the hydrate. Femi, Emmy, Kefir, Helicoptimus, Moxie, Punch Rabbit, there's too many of you. Hello, Case Jackal. Yeah, 6 months on HRT, basically, officially, terrifying. We're doing it, chat. The things, they're making my voice drop. I have T-Dick now. Life's interesting. Gracie Bacon. Lots of very cool people in chat who I appreciate, by the way. I see Wonder, I see Case, I see lots of incredible folks. Know someone who called their HRT boy juice. That's pretty common. I literally I do my HRT injections like in VC with my friends at this rate. It's so fun. Been a while since I actually chatted, been trying to lurk when I can and it's appreciated. Hell yeah, hope everyone's doing absolutely incredible. And if you're not, I'm gonna bite you very hard, aggressively, with all my teeth. Suffer. It has been nearly a week since I've been here. I have been busy doing holiday things, but I am here, I am back, I am excited and terrified and nervous for the new year. It's kind of fitting hitting like that 6 month milestone right as the year is about to close out. Life has been happening, but you know what? We're winning. I'm pretty happy with how 2025 went, I think. I'm gonna talk a whole lot more about this on Wednesday, but I'm really happy with how 2025 went for the most part. I achieved every single goal that I set, and you know what? I think that is better than any prior year. We take those. We win these. I hope you all are feeling well about how your year went. I know it was a rough year for a lot of people, but like, I think, at least for myself, I'm pretty happy with the way things have ended up. Hello, JM. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Striving and thriving? Indeed. Wednesday is gonna be a busy day, indeed. I'm looking forward to being here, though. I'm gonna like... I think Wednesday's when I'm gonna finalize, set into stone the resolutions. I've been thinking about my resolutions for 2026 a lot. I'm looking forward to celebrating the coming of the new year with y'all. I have a lot of big goals and aspirations for next year, and while I'm trying to respect... How dare you? Thank you, Chuckling Bird, for the 5 gifted subs. Fuck you. I have a lot of goals and aspirations, and a lot of like personal projects I want to work on as well. Lunar Soul, thank you for the resub. I think I want to try and finally next year get a new furry model. I want to work on music production again, get back in the swing of that, because I've finally started songwriting it for the first time in a while. I want to release YouTube videos more consistently. A lot of it's going to be like outside of stream goals, but I think that's a good thing. I think we're at a pretty good place. I'm feeling pretty good about everything in regards to like Twitch right now. I think my goal, my aspiration is to expand off of this, to do more big cool things outside of here. To release like new projects on other platforms and other formats. Archivist music when? 20 months, 25 years of this century, 20 months released into the archive. Hello, Markson, lovely to see you. Hello, Femi Emmy. Bark, bark, bite, bite. What's everyone been up to? How have you, why is everyone colon 3ing at me? Why is everyone colon 3? Anarchist theory with AE. Listen, I love talking politics. I cannot wait actually for my next video essay. I've been making good progress on it. I wanted to have the script done by today. The script is not done, but I actually have made some pretty considerable progress on it. I am hoping to get that done sometime in the near future. Sometime in the coming weeks. I'm so excited for y'all to listen to me rant for like an hour about AI and necropolitics. Because fuck generative AI. You should ask why they weren't colon 3ing before now. Listen, I know. You know what? One thing I am proud of with my community, despite the fact that I haven't like had a furry model for over a year now. My old furry model was of my old design, and I just never got around to making another one. Whoopsie daisy. I want to. I need to. It's on the list. I'm so proud because we did a community census recently. Roughly 70% of you are still furries. A will never see me say happy birthday. It's not my birthday. Fuck you. Fuck you. I'm really proud of the fact that my community has stayed weird as shit. You're still 70% furries. I'm not. We can change that. We can fix that. You're still like 70% furry. I think the community is like 80% trans too. Everyone, Wonder is a lovely individual. Penis cock. Yeah, Wonder gets shouted at on site at this point. It is a gun. I'm not a furry. Again, we can fix that. We can fix that. Good quality community composition? Literally. Exactly. 6%er. 80-90% trans is probably accurate. Probably. I'm surprised that cishet people watch me, but like, hey, we appreciate them. What do you mean we can fix that? Listen, it's not too late to become a furry. Okay, you're saying, Gentle Ruffian, you've been to a furry convention and you're still trying to claim you're not a furry. Something's not adding up here. I was really happy though I got to go to my first furry con earlier this year though. Megaplex was a vibe. I almost tried to make the trip to MFF, but I think the cold would have killed me. Thank you for the gift sub to Orleans, how dare you. Megaplex was such a vibe. And I'm definitely doing Megaplex again next year. Would have been so cool to see you at MFF. I really wanted to, but it was just so last minute. What the fuck did my model just do? Hello? I think the cold would have killed me and it was really last minute, but like one of these years I'd like to. I actually have not left Florida in 8 years now, and I am planning on finally leaving the state next year over the summer. I'm going to be going to Offkai at the very least, if nothing else. Really scared and excited about that. Force fur is not something I thought I'd be hearing this morning. I don't know why you're surprised with how much I talk about, like, cannibalism and vor around here. If you go to MFF, I will drag you to, Mitsuwa Marketplace. I would love that. You know what, maybe, I wonder if I can, with all the other trips I'm going to, make it to MFF next year. I would love to try. I know next year I'm at the very least, okay, my plans for next year. Thank you, JM, for the gift sub to Case. How dare you all spend money on me? What the fuck is wrong with you people? My plans for next year include, at minimum, Offkai. I'm trying to also go to a music fest called Compost Heap Fest in Denver. I wanted to go to TwitchCon, can't, but I'm gonna be going to Warped Tour Orlando, Fest, which is another music festival in Gainesville, Megaplex. The temptation to throw more trips on there, though. Cannibalism, vor, politics, biting everyone. That's AE. Pretty much. That's my brand at this rate. That's my brand. Should not be surprised, but I think residing in Florida community has broken the sense for me. You know what? Fair. Hello, Neptune. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Offkai is my plan for next year. First con. I'm really nervous for Offkai. I'm still figuring out, like, hotel plans, but I'm looking forward to that one. Already have time off scheduled for Offkai. Okay, Orleans, we need to start talking hotel plans then. Come on, let's make this happen. God, I've been craving to go to Megaplex again though. I've been missing Megaplex. Megaplex is one of like the most fun events I've ever fucking been to. Not been to a con since 2019. See, I think Megaplex was my first convention since COVID actually. I'm pretty sure. And it was 100% worth it. I got to be a critter. So one of the nice things I think about Megaplex in general, honestly, is the fact that it is an 18+ event. So you know you're kind of like in an adult space where you're allowed to be a little bit more expressive in some of those ways. And I really appreciated that about specifically Megaplex. It sucks that, you know, the laws in Florida kind of forced it into that category, but you know what, I'm not complaining. It was a very, very fun con. You get to be a little bit of a freak in public. Honestly, the best part was just getting drunk off my ass and biting people. Consensually, of course. Megaplex is a furry convention that occurs in Orlando, Florida. Hello, Dove Bleeding Heart. Bark, bark, bite, bite. It's a way to fucking be, literally. Just get drunk, bite your friends. It was a really, really fun weekend. I'm looking forward to doing that one again. I wish that there were more furry conventions in my neck of the woods, but unfortunately, Megaplex is what we got. Toward the start of Arc Stream, there will probably be a metric ton of fireworks. I mean, that's gonna be Wednesday. SimCity is Disney World? I mean, yes. Okay. In Florida, basically everything happens in Orlando. All the big events in Florida happen in Orlando, pretty much. Maybe a couple things happen in Tampa, but it's mostly Orlando. I go to free conventions to leave an impression. Dental, literally. I love biting my friends. I love biting my friends, in parentheses, with consent. Is badass. Is a good time. Orlando's kind of the only place I hear about in Florida. Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of major cities in Florida. You've got Orlando, Tampa, Jacksonville, Tallahassee, Gainesville, but like in Miami as well. But like the only places people talk about are Miami and Orlando, because that's where all the shit happens. Should I send your biting regards to Neko? Oh, absolutely. Only been to Orlando? Yeah. Everyone goes to Orlando. Literally associate Orlando as the Disney World city. It's where all the theme parks are. It's where the center of tourism is. And if you've lived in Florida, you've probably, at the very least, know someone. I know so many people who've worked at theme parks. Everyone I know has worked at theme parks. Fuck Disney. Fuck Universal. Fuck all of them. They're all genuinely terrible places to work, by the way, from everything I have heard. Hello, Highlime. Hello, Project Apollo. I've been good. I've been alright. I enjoyed my handful of days off. Not even Tallahassee gets in the action? Not really. Tallahassee, like, the only things I hear about in Tallahassee mostly are related to FSU is up there, Florida State University. Thank you for the hype train, guys. How dare you all. Fuck you all. Haki Orlando probably has a bigger population than my country. I don't know about that. I hear about Jacksonville, but nothing specific. Jacksonville is hell. Actually, I really like Jacksonville. Jacksonville's like nightlife is really nice. Jacksonville has this cool place called 5 Points. I've been to a couple shows up there. But it is in fact hell. There's a reason why one of the 3 FBI offices in Florida is in Jacksonville, and that's all I'll say. So sad everything happens in Orlando and Florida, because Orlando is comfortably the worst place I've been on a holiday to, and I've heard so many better things for Jacksonville. We went to Tampa Bay, it was so much more fun than Orlando. Yeah, Orlando, it is straight up just tourism. It is straight up tourism. The one part of Florida I've been to is Jacksonville. Jacksonville's alright. Only know Tallahassee through a Mountain Goat song. I mean, yeah, they have their album Tallahassee, which is their best album, and I am so mad when I went to see the Mountain Goats live that they only played one song off of Tallahassee. Thank you so much for the follow, it's appreciated. They only played a singular song off of Tallahassee, and of course it was No Children. And I was incredibly upset about this. Not actually, but... I also, okay. I got called out at the very beginning of a song for recording. I forget the name of the lead of the Mountain Goats, but he saw me with my phone out recording and he goes, "Hey, I'm about to perform a song that I haven't performed in like a decade. Don't record me." I got called out. I felt actually kind of bad about that one. Orlando has the only place outside the UK I've been threatened award, and Tampa Bay is the first place outside the UK I presented Femme Award. Valid. I will say, I think the only city in Florida where I have been harassed in the street was Daytona. I travel around the state a lot. I've been to pretty much every major city. The only... Actually, no, that wasn't Daytona. Was that? I think... It was either Daytona... or Lake Mary. It was one of those. But I did have someone harass me and call me a F slur. I almost said it out loud. Call me the F slur in the street. I have personal reasons to say fuck Daytona, so I'm gonna say it was Daytona just so I can shit on it more. That's fair. Daytona does have some cool stuff. I do have merch. Yes, exclamation point merch. I do have cool things that you can purchase. I actually the coolest thing on my merch store. I am gonna self promo on this. You can't stop me. It's my stream. I have cool things in my merch store that I'm proud of. The coolest of them being these handmade punk patches. They're fabric sew-on patches that you can buy. I hand carved this out of a linoleum block and I stamped them myself. Oh, are we out of misprints? Damn, we are sold out of misprints right now. But we do have patches. I think they're very cool. Hello, Doubtful Snake. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Those patches are going in my jacket. Hell fucking yeah. It is an honor to have, like, I've had a couple people put my patch on like their battle jackets or whatnot, and it is genuinely an honor. It is genuinely an honor to like be represented amid people's bands and politics and whatnot. So to get a patch, do it. Hello, Rico. Lovely to see you. Bark, bark, bite, bite. That also reminds me, I made a new pair of patch pants and I'm really proud of them. I'm so cool. I've been thinking a lot recently about a merch drop for my 4-year streamiversary, because the initial merch drop was for my 3-year streamiversary. Got a skedaddle for now? No worries, JM. All the best. I have been thinking about merch drop for 4 years recently. It's probably gonna be smaller. I need to figure out the details, because unfortunately a lot of the things that I want or desire to do are relatively difficult to produce goods. I'm not the kind of person who wants to just put my face on a t-shirt and sell it. You know? That's no shame to people who do that. That is a valid form of merch. But I want the things that I sell to be a bit more like personalized and specialized than that. Which is why we've got things like the dog tags and the patches. These are things that a lot of intention and love is put into. So I need to figure out exactly what I want to do for the next drop. Unfortunately, we found that like some of the items we were doing previously were just a bit too much to produce reasonably with our resources and model. But probably like another patch, a couple of friends, we'll figure it out. When our fursuit's going on the merch list? Never. For Florida, my party points me to Jacksonville. Winter sports points me towards Daytona. Personal experience points me towards Tampa Bay. Valid. Hello, Ivy. I actually have not. I'll be so real. I almost exclusively listen to folk punk. I'm a freak about the fact that I almost exclusively listen to folk punk. It's a problem. We do have a collar up on the merch store, but it might be sold out right now. I always gravitate towards merch that looks cool and just so happen creator merch rather than being like explicitly creator merch. And I think that's also part of what I try to do with my stuff. Like, it is obviously me things, but there's still functional elements that aren't screaming immediately VTuber merch. The stuff I have it's very me themed. But you could wear them in public. The collar's still in stock. Cool as shit. So yeah, we do have the icon themed collars. The cat boy who occasionally takes over the channel and whatnot. Your shit hits that so hard. Hell fucking yeah. I'm glad it does wonder. Oh my god, chat, approval! Approval from people I think are cool. Would bandanas or handkerchiefs be in the cards for the future? A like custom patterned bandana is a thing I want to do, yes. I need to figure out what that would cost. I feel like that wouldn't be a terribly unreasonable item to manufacture, but I would have to find like a specialist who can do that, or some kind of company that produces them. But like getting some kind of custom pattern bandana is something I would like to do. I'm just not sure like how much an item of that sort would sell. I think how much you know about motorsports before it's one of the top US states for motorsports. I know someone who does race cars. I haven't talked about this in a while. I have a friend who does race cars, and we have talked about potentially putting my face on one of his cars. We've talked about this. He doesn't have any sponsorship obligations. Hello, hello, welcome on in, Tedo. Or Hagridin, rather. Lovely to see you. Thank you, or hello, Dusklight Wanderer as well. A is getting dramatized art. Good. Do it. I dare you. I hope you guys know that any kind of fan work that I get from y'all means so much to me. I also look while I make midnight snack. No worries. Enjoy your midnight snack at 7 fucking p.m. Fucking grandma. I was awake until 7 a.m. this morning. I'm not normal. If you want to try out a new genre, maybe after stream, Ivy. I am live right now, so I can't really listen to music too easily, but I'd have to do some digging. What kind of circus does he run? I don't know. I just know that he does race cars. He does motorsports stuff. I visit Daytona pretty regularly. I'd let it put your face in so many places. I know you would. Imagine bandana on a dude sitting in the middle of an urban rubble with the wind blowing past, picking the dust up. I would love to... Okay, this is a dream product of mine that I will never actually sell. Because it's just not realistic. But I would love to someday be able to, like, design a jacket. Basically a battle jacket themed after myself and sell that. But also, I feel like that kind of defeats the point of a battle jacket as a customized thing that you kind of make for yourself based off your own interests and values. I know there's lots of content creators who, you know, will partner with companies to get custom jackets designed and produced and whatnot. But for me, I very specifically wanted to be in that punk style, and I feel like it not being handmade and also not being made with the individual's intention kind of defeats the point, unfortunately. You don't understand how much money I'm willing to fork out for a custom AE bandana that would be my punk fit immediately. Noted. It's definitely an item I've considered. Sonically leveled the degenerates in this chat. Agreed. Making my character's bomber jacket is one of the goals I have. Real. I also want to try and get a plushie done for my 4-year, which reminds me that I need to start reaching out to companies for that really soon. Because that's a little over 2 months away. I have a little bit over 2 months to figure out merch for my 4-year, and one of the things I wanted to do was get a plushie produced. Because one of the agreements we made, it was if I hit Twitch partner before my birthday, I would look into getting a plushie made. I need to do that, like, soon. Hello, Araya. Bark, bark, bye, bye. You know, what are... I'm already here. I'm already at my PC. What are the options for getting something like that done? How do I get a plushie, a custom plushie made? How do I go about that? Interesting. So one of the options, so the most common option that people probably know is obviously makeship. The unfortunate thing with makeship is I don't know the number of fans that are required to make that happen. I think looking at this might be something like 200. And it would probably unfortunately take longer than... Yeah, it's a 1 to 4 month to drop. I know makeship's one of the more common options, but I need to look into that. In Archivist Nutcracker, incredible. If you made a plushie, I would make it to a point to get as many photos of him committing OSHA violations as possible. That's incredible. I've said before, if I ever get a plushie, I don't want photos of it, like, tucked into your bed. Nah. I want photos of it, like, thrown against, I want, like, videos of it chucked down the stairs and shit. I want to see that shit chucked against a wall. Drown him. I wonder what are other options for, like, getting a plushie made as a creator. I've actually considered going through the work of basically working directly with, like, a company to have the plushie made. The issue just being that, like, typically this requires bulk ordering, and we just don't have the storage space to make that happen. It'd definitely be the ideal if I could, but no. Do you think we could get 200 people to sign a petition to get a plushie made? How much does it need for the actual campaigns? You know what? Let me peek at this. Let me peek at this.
Oh shit.
Thank you so much, Sacksmith, for the resub. Bark, bark, bye, bye. 6 months since you didn't bring a girl, it sounded too long to be real until I saw this. Thank you. I'm not happy about the fact that it's been 6 months already, but I'm also very proud of everything we've accomplished since. It's genuinely incredible what we've managed to do together. I'm very, very grateful for it. I wonder... One sec, I need to run a little bit of math. Okay, it does look like it requires 200 sales, makeship particularly, to make something happen. Yeah, and the pledge thing, the supporters, does require $2. And then pay the rest when the product launches. Interesting. Yeah, so the way it looks like makeship works is you start a petition and you need 200 supporters to pledge $2 in order to make or get the plushie made. If the petition fails, you get a refund. If it goes through successfully, it gets made. And everyone gets charged the remaining $28. which is surprisingly cheap. $30 is actually relatively chill for something like that, but it does again require 200 people. I'll be back in a bit and listen to the bands you recommended earlier. Of course, of course. I don't know how many people would be interested in making that happen, especially because it will inevitably ultimately be that $30 if it does get funded, but it's a thing that I do definitely aspire for. Do you guys think we could do that? I think if I will be going to Cuba, but if I am in a hypothetical scenario where I had the Ark plushie, that plushie would be coming to the Cuban farms, hell yeah. Yet I appreciate you sending the link, Orleans. There's someone who worked directly with a supplier in China wants to contract a specific amount of them. That was the other big idea, but so everyone buys 200? Nah. My one concern would be getting 200 people to do this. Especially given that it's basically 200 people spending $30. I don't know if we can manage 200 people spending $30. Ultimately, I want to imagine it possible. That feels like too much. That feels like too much to ask. Would there be a deadline for getting the 200? Yeah, I think it's something like 2 weeks. I think it's plausible, but I have no idea. We definitely have to be brave enough to be posting and promoting it all the time, everywhere, basically, yes. Thank you, Anonymous, for the gift sub to Andy. I know that that makeshift is the most popular option you'll see for this kind of stuff, but I'm looking to other options real quick. Apparently there are options via fourth wall. Interesting. So you can do things via fourth wall. I have to look at what the limits are for fourth wall. Thank you for the lurk with Tuck Tuck, bark bark bye bye. Alas, important things are developing. No worries, you take care, Shepherd. All the best, all the best. And Sky Sinners, thank you so much for the resub as well. Yeah, I definitely need to look more into what my options are for companies when it comes to getting plushies made as a content creator. But it's something I want to do next year. You know how hard I struggled to get those bites? It was so much scrolling. Aw, poor thing. Suffer. Smiles. Smiles. Suffer. I love biting people. Yeah, I need to find my options for companies with this. Because I think it's a very, very fun goal. But little shit affectionate. Hee. Congratulations for 6 months. Thank you, Egg Priority. Plushie better have little plastic teeth so the plush can bite me. I could talk to them about trying to make that happen. Don't know how possible it is. There is another option, a couple other options that I've heard of, which I think have smaller, like, minimums. But But I have to figure out how or where I find those options and whatnot, because I've seen them around. I've seen them around. I think these stores wolf teeth. You're so right. You're so incredibly right. This is a company called YouTube's that I backed this archive plush on. I've also heard of YouTube's as well. It's another case though of like I need to see what their minimums are. I know Makeshift is the really big one that most content creators use. I don't know about YouTube's minimums or their what it takes to get partnered with them. Their website is a lot weirder to navigate. Just on the stream title, my biggest question, yes. Do ask. Do share. How much of Silent Hill F have you seen? I just got done with the school. Thank you for the hydrate, Harmless Sharkle. How do you feel about what you've seen so far? It's a very cathartic game for me, for sure. When I look at it, I definitely feel a lot of relation to the concepts that are being portrayed. I'm transmasc. I have a very complicated relationship with femininity. The things that the game discusses, the themes on display, are ones that I think are very, very poignant for me. I am still relatively early on. There is stuff to be done. But it's an exciting thing. It's a game that I'm excited to continue engaging with. I know it's not everyone's cup of tea, but I've been enjoying it. I found another company here that does them. Let me look and see if I can find any info on their minimums. Why can't I find any info on your minimums? I'm looking at this now. Yeah, I'm not finding info on the minimums for this particular brand. In any case, I need to do more research. Seriously, my 120-ish hours, I plan on doing more. Okay, I've heard very good things about it. Would you say would be something's most beginner artist? What do you mean by that? Also, my pronouns are he, him, or they, them. I'm not a miss. But what do you mean, most beginner artist? Road has been changed, and now I'm in for a 7-hour shift in a day and will not be in the country. Good luck, because that is an interesting situation to be in. Hello, what talk talk, bark bark bye bye, lovely to see ya. We're talking a little bit about potential goals for next year and the fact that I want to try and get a plushie made, but I'm admittedly very nervous with the odds of making it happen. Oh, miss, as in do not get? Huh? Sorry, I'm doing my best here. Reading is hard. Let me try and reread that. What would you say, what would be something most beginner artists miss? Oh, as in, like, in their progress? God. I think the biggest advice I always tend to give to people who are just starting out drawing, learn to hold a pencil correctly. A lot of people go their whole lives not holding a pencil in a way that, like, is good for art. Figure out how to hold a pencil in a way that is optimal for drawing, because you will kind of forever be held back if you don't take the time to learn how to hold a pencil. Why does the Ref and Fan Art channel have the, Rockin' Your Fox here? Huh? Oh, it doesn't have the Nick in the Year? Oh, it's probably an earlier version. Oh, I know why. Okay, so that was the art as it looked directly exporting out of Clip Studio Paint, and the Nick is done with some live 2D magic that is not replicable in Clip Studio. That is my bad. I completely forgot about that. Plus, it would be huge and very difficult. Yeah, that's kind of the position I'm in. Like, I want to make this happen. I want to make a plushie happen next year. I promised it. It's gonna be hard. So I'm looking into my options, and the big anxiety is, would my community be willing to promise enough money to fund something like that? I love you guys. I absolutely love you guys. Would y'all have the resources to do that, you know? Hello, Blue is Break. Thank you. I appreciate it. Never know there's a wrong way to hold a pencil. Oh, yeah, okay, there's a lot of different ways to hold pencils, and a lot of people never actually learn how to hold them correctly. When you are holding a pencil for drawing, there's a couple different ways to do it. So not all ways that you hold a pencil for writing are compatible for drawing, basically. 1 second. So your best grips, there's like, you know, 3 main grips for holding a pencil specifically for drawing. And they're going to be all dynamic grips. Well, okay, rather, 2 of them are like dynamic grips. The one I do is the 3rd one over there. But in any case, they are, the ways you hold a pencil matters. And you also need to make sure you are drawing your lines very lightly. You do not want to be pressing down hard, and you need to really learn pressure control as an artist. Thank you so much for the gift subs, how dare you? But thank you, Queen of Rodents, I appreciate it. It has been going well. Hope all of you had a better last week than mine, had the flu or something. I hope the holidays treated everyone well. I really, really hope that the holidays treated folks well, because I know it's a hard time of year for a lot of folks. I've been all over the place, but gotta get back to 9 souls. No worries, take care, enjoy yourself. Enjoy yourself. In any case, like, the way you hold a pencil matters. I think the biggest thing I've seen hold back a lot of artists is just not holding a pencil correctly and using far too much pressure. And when you do that a lot for an extended period of time, you end up in gross situations. Hate using pens and the like because it hurts me after like 20 minutes. You're probably not holding them correctly. I know there's a wrong way to hold a pencil because in primary school, my handwriting and drawing was so ridiculously bad they gave me a specialized grip for my pencil because they thought that might help. It didn't. Yeah. There's a lot of people I know who, even as grown adults, really struggle with holding a pencil correctly. It's a thing. Bark, bark, bye, bye. Bark, bark, bye, bye. Part of it's the amount of grip I use to control myself. Yeah, you cannot be pressing down hard while drawing. You're gonna end up with a lot of pain and strain in your wrist. Not good. And you're going to also end up with very stiff, harsh lines that are not dynamic. Thank you, King Xavier. How are you doing? Bye. Messing around with the brand new tablet and the amount of pressure control it requires compared to my old one is lightning. Absolutely, that'll be the case. Do note that you can usually change the pressure graphs in software. So if the pressure graph is not working for you, just shift it. Move it to a pressure graph that works better for your hands, but learn how to use pressure properly, it matters. They got rid of the cursive requirement in my elementary school because of my dysgraphia. That is very funny. Welcome back, Snowy. Glad you're enjoying Days and Days. They were my entrance point into folk punk properly. They were, I credit Days and Days as the band that made me punk. I've been lucky enough to get up on stage and sing with them before. They're incredible. Hello, Tawny Code Cat. Lovely to see you. 6 months indeed, and I haven't released another fucking video essay yet. Let me know your name. The art's coming along great. I'm so happy. Hell yeah. Are you doing some kind of rebrand? I hope it treats you well. I hope it treats you well. Sending all my love. All the good vibes. All the positive energies. January 17th, my birthday. Super excited. Fuck yeah. I will try to be there if I can. Depends on the time if I'll be free. I'm unfortunately a very busy critter, but I would love to say hello if I can. I love sending whatever joy and support I can to other content creators whenever possible. This is a difficult journey, but it is a journey that I believe is worth it nonetheless. Keep on fighting, chat. Honestly, I struggle to understand people who roll through usernames super quickly, admittedly. Gonna eat? No worries, Helicoptimus, all the best. Videos take a while, progressing and editing video scripts right now. I'm just really bad at scripting. It's the scripting part that's a problem for me. I'm currently about 1,000 words into the script of my next video, and OG. Enjoy your lurk as well, Andy. Will be most of the day and the next day and the day after that. You know what? Valid. I will try to stop by when I get a chance. Again, I'm an incredibly busy critter, but I try my hardest. Where was I? My brain was saying things. Bye. I forget what I was saying. Pen licenses? I've never heard of that before. I am uneducated. Don't ask me about the public school system. I can't tell you much about what existing in it would have been like. That is not my purview. That is not in my lived experience. But I've never heard of a pen license before. Never heard of that concept before. Hello, Vivi. Fox Slop, Slop Fox. How dare you? Fox Slop, I'll accept, but Slop Fox, I promise I shower. I showered last night. I promise. How are you doing, Vivi? Lovely to see you. I hope you've been well. Thank you for opening up like a chill, vibey space in your Discord, by the way. I love spaces like that. I am someone who is basically constantly sitting in VCs with people, and I love having more VCs to potentially sit in while I do work. I'm constantly on the content grind. Never stop grinding. Chat, never stop grinding. This shit's my life. Listen, I shower like every other day. Thank you for the stretch, Snowy the Adorable. I appreciate it. I shower like every other day. That's often enough. Right. Also, Vivi, I'm very excited to continue Silent Hill F tonight. My schedule's been all over the place. I'm not making educational videos about topics people can totally understand, but then most people will say I can never understand that, so you need to walk the line of making it interesting and not confusing. Very real. Honestly, I need to peek at your YouTube content at some point, 20 Codecat. I need to. There's so many people that I want to engage with the content of, but just have not gotten around to. It is a lack of time, but I gotta check your stuff out at some point. Hello, Semi-Sin. Oh, whoa, what's this? Is that an extremely biteable boy right there? Ayo, ayo, ayo. How are you doing? Welcome on in. It's a super cool individual who I want to sink my fucking teeth into. Get over here. I know you're talking about yourself. Nah, you're incredibly biteable. You're very edible coded. Hehehehe. Hope you're having a wonderful evening. I was very, very lucky to hang out with Seme-Sin. God, I'm stumbling over all my words today, Jesus Christ. On Stella's stream last night at like 7 in the morning. Absolute sweetheart. Lovely individual. Very soft spoken. Adorable. Also, hello Izumi. Bark bark bite bite. How are you? Hope you're doing well. I very much enjoyed the yapping. We should like chat properly and do something sometime, because I quite like your energy. I also just really love biting people, and anyone who invites me to bite them, I'm like, alright, you're my friend now. I adore your vibes too. How dare you? I'm just a guy on the internet? How dare you? Hope you slept okay. I got like 6 hours. Which is actually decent. How many hours of sleep did I get? One sec, I can fact check that. I got 4 hours. Oopsie. 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 Listen, I do this to myself. It's okay. It's okay. I'm doing my best. I'm doing my best. But nah, I've been, I feel the strain on being a perfectionist with video essays, 20 Codecat. I've been in the same boat for a long time on the video that was supposed to be my next video, the protest one, before I just decided to jump topics to something easy. I will say, you're never gonna get anywhere if you're obsessed with making a project perfect, as much as that hurts to hear. I've fallen into that hole a lot of feeling like I needed to make a project perfect, and that's what stopped me from making video essays for so long. When it comes to any kind of content creation, you just need to accept that it's not going to be perfect, that it's going to be a bit messy, but most people aren't going to notice or care. There are so many things that I would change about I Don't Regret Girlhood if I could go back and start it from scratch. If I could go back and do it again, I would change so many things. But fuck it. People loved it. Even if I thought it was a sloppily put together video, I recorded and edited that thing almost entirely in 4 back-to-back all-nighters. The script was a rushed mess. Even if I feel like there's a lot of things I could have and should have done differently, and that I would have do differently were I to go back and rewrite it, and god, some of the critiques I've gotten have ached. Screw that one asshole who left a comment the other day. Anyway. As much as there are many things I would change were I to have a do-over, I'm really proud with how it turned out. And ultimately, a lot of people loved it. A lot of people did not see the things that I might have recognized as flaws. It may not have reached my personal expectations or standard, but you know what? To the average viewer, they don't care. Trying so hard to get the motivation to start my video essay, keep getting new ideas, and it's all. I'm gonna be incredibly real. Follow whatever idea you're the most passionate about right now. It's the best option. Just make or jump at whatever idea is the easiest for you in this moment. Now, there was a comment on my video that pissed me off the other day because they very clearly did not finish the video. But the thing that pissed me off the most is that they were talking down to me the entire comment. Um,
Oh shit.
Thank you for the sub, Semi. What the fuck? How dare you? Why? What did I do? Ah rah rah rah. Mods, shout out Semi Sin right fucking now. Gun emote. Gun emoji. You were being you? How dare you? Everyone go give Semi Sin some love. Absolute fucking sweetheart. But in any case, there was this one comment. So what this individual, what she said was essentially, to paraphrase, I think that you are an immature person who needs to grow up, and stop holding on to unhealthy, ideas about what femininity is. And before you bite my head off, like basically there were a bunch of things they said in the middle of the comment, where she was basically, talking down to me as if I was some angry, toxic man who was going to get mad at her for daring to call me immature. And the thing that made me the most mad about that comment was the talking down to me. Like, the most annoying element of the comment was the talking down to me and assuming... See, the thing is, this was another trans person, though. This was another trans person, basically calling me immature for the entire premise of the video, and fuck that. But again, the thing that bothered me the most, I don't mind critique. I've gotten a lot of really interesting critique on the video. There have been a lot of things in the hello index page, bark bark bite bite. Lovely to see you. But there have been a lot of things said in the comment section that have opened my eyes to different angles or have made me wish I had expressed certain things differently. I don't think anything has like massively changed my worldview, but there have been a lot of interesting additions made and things that have further built out my entire framework on the subject. Things that made me wish I had expressed myself in different ways, or that I had built more on certain sections, or that I had that knowledge or experience going in. But it's the talking down to me, especially given it was very clear off the comment that they had not finished the video. 2025 was a rough year. I wanted to say that you and so many others made it better. Met some of the coolest friends this year. Thank you for being so awesome. First of all, how dare you? But no, it's appreciated, Paige. This has been a really interesting year for me. I would say that while it has certainly not been my year, it has been the best year of my life. There are a lot of things that I wish I had done differently, and despite the fact that it's been the best year of my life, there's definitely been a lot of things that have gone wrong in ways that I very much wish they hadn't. But I'm very grateful for everyone who made this year a better place. This year was good in large part because of the people in my life. That includes you, Paige. That includes Stella, that includes Doc Vivi, that includes the just wonderful folks that I am happy and lucky to have in my life and in my corner. First of all, how dare you be so nice? Second of all, fuck you / affectionate. Literally. That's how I respond to all my problems. Not that you're a problem. That's just how I respond to affection. Nah. You know what, let me... I shouldn't look back at the comment, but I'm gonna look back at the comment real quick just so I can better describe exactly what the whole premise there was.
Oh shit.
Thank you for the resub pizza. Bark bark bite bite. So what this individual said, paraphrasing, I'm gonna be jumping between quoting and paraphrasing as is convenient. I feel like this video, specifically Archivist himself, is very hypocritical. Before you bite my head off, I'd like to say that I support your transition and believe you are male deep down. I'm not binary. I'm not male. But the way you talk about women and women's social pressures feels extremely disingenuous. Basically goes on to explain how she did not face, she grew up in a very supportive environment where she did not get any social pressures pushed onto herself about, you know, girlhood or femininity, and that, what she says at the end, I'd like you to take this in mind and consider healing further to a point where you don't feel pressured by what society thinks of you. The thing that bothers me about this is it's very specifically a video about the social pressures, and okay, this person, she self-admits that she did not experience those pressures, and then in a video that is about healing from that trauma goes, you need to heal from that trauma. It's very clearly like she did not finish the video, but it's the talking down to me, oh, before you bite my head off, I'd like you to take this in mind and consider healing. It bothers me. That's the thing that bothers me. If it was just, you know, I think that this is hypocritical, I think that you're wrong, I'm like, that's chill to me. I fully respect that other people have extremely different lived realities that are going to lead them to them disagreeing with the very root of these issues that I am describing. But fucking Christ. Jesus Christ. Anyway, that's enough about that. I don't mean to dawdle on that. I don't mean to dawdle on that, but it very much reminds me of just the constant need to put disclaimers on yourself as the internet. In any case, it's entirely the talking down to me that bothers me. Hello, Pod, bark bark bite bite. Join stream just be hit with an ad that I put myself in there. True suffering. Hi, Pod, how are you? Bark bark bite bite. Bark bark bite bite. Lovely to see you. Nah. I've gotten a lot of really interesting feedback on the video, but that one comment finished the video. Alright, that's enough of that. I don't need to talk about that any further. YouTube is hard though. That's my point. No matter what, you are going to release projects that are unfinished or imperfect, and that is okay. It is okay and normal to release things that might be unfinished or imperfect. It is okay to wish your work was of a higher standard, but for the majority of people, they are going to have lower standards and expectations than you have. It is okay to give work, to hit a point where work is good enough and to call it there. That is perfectly acceptable, and I would recommend it. Please find the point of good enough. Don't constantly push yourself to create a perfect thing. And the people who disagree with you or who are going to point out the flaws in your work, they probably won't be pleased no matter what. There was another comment that got posted like very early on in the video that was basically critiquing me for like, oh, your intro was shit. Some people are never going to be pleased. People who pretend they understand your experience better than yourself and try to rewrite your experience to try and make it fit comfortably without changing their view, it happens. And ultimately, like, you're never going to please those people. You cannot please everyone. With any kind of creative work you create, there will always be people who want something different than what you are willing, able, or hell, interested in giving. And that's okay. Those people aren't part of your target demographic. I don't feel like I'm qualified to give advice on how to write a video essay. Maybe someday when I get a few more under my belt. But I think the most important thing I can say is genuinely don't aim for perfect. Also, fuck you, Pot. I'll take my own advice when I'm dead. Just because I say the intelligent things doesn't mean I know how to follow them. I'm silly, I promise. In other news, thank you everyone for being part of my life and existing. Y'all make this shit so much more worth it. I'm incredibly grateful to have this incredible community behind my back. It's something I've talked about quite a bit recently about how I was homeless in December of last year, that I recently hit the 1-year anniversary of having escaped homelessness, and fucking hell, I've made it, is kind of what it feels like. I've gotten myself to a position of safety. I've survived. I am at a point where I am not just hanging in there, but in some capacity, maybe not thriving, but thank you for helping me get this far. How to write video essay? I find a topic that interesting and start rambling with some structure, basically. I think the biggest thing people miss about video essays when they're first starting out, or at the very least that a misunderstanding that I found that people who don't make YouTube content or content in general tend to have, you can't structure them like normal essays. You cannot structure them like a normal essay. They are a medium that is inherently different for a lot of reasons. Very happy to have found someone like you, AE. You're the worst bastard we ever met. Our life is better for having found you. Thank you. It is an honor. Posted a writing project recently. Been a while since I posted creative stuff online. Hey, Winning Pot. Where can I find your writing project? Huh? Where can I find it? I wanna read Pot's written work. I wanna read Pot's weird gay fan fiction. You can also structure them just like essays that put subway surfers in Minecraft parkour. Would not recommend. I mean, you can. You can do whatever you want, but... Need sleepy sleeps? No worries, you take care of Vivi. Hope to see you again sometime in the near future. Damn, everyone's going to bed so early. Y'all take care of yourselves. Do what you gotta do, alright? Self-care, self-care. You're reading my fanfics under my dead body? I want to read them. But Pod, I want to read them. Raw. I love reading weird gay fanfiction. Oh, chat. I got to see a very good friend of mine on Saturday. The reason why I did not stream on Saturday, what I normally do, was actually because I was out seeing a close friend. Hello, Scarth. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Normally this friend and I, whenever we hang out, we'll end up posting some kind of like sneak peek or hint that we were hanging out on social media. Unfortunately, given said friend is on hiatus, we didn't really do that this year. But I got to see Celerity Dust the other day. It was very fun. Saber, you mentioned visiting last week. We did, yes. Yes. Curious how this generation growing up on video essays will affect actual essays. Could be funny. I wonder how many people who watch a video essays pay attention to their structure. I think that's the determining factor there. But I get to see my friend. We went to a barcade and got drunk. We played guitar on the curb. It was very good. It was very good. Long story short, video essay idea is American mainstream journalists don't know how to do journalism. When you compare their journalism work to mainstream news in Europe, in the Middle East, it becomes so much more obvious. Not valid. I think that's a really interesting subject, talking about like a comparative analysis of journalism across borders. I think that's fascinating. Love a good video essay, and yours are up there, AE. Thank you, Snowy. I am really excited about my next one. I've been making good progress on it. We're about 1,000 words in, and the first section is pretty much done. A little bit of like bridging between paragraphs I have to do, but that's the furthest I've gotten on one in a while, and I'm excited about this like a lot. Also sucks that people probably just use AI to make essays now. I feel like it's pretty easy. Okay, there have been a lot of times where I've clicked on a video recently, whether it was presented as a video essay or not, and I do think YouTube is one of the few spaces where I still find it pretty easy to identify AI generated content. I think we're getting to a point with like art where it's getting difficult. But I think when it comes to YouTube videos and their scripts, that is one of the few spaces where I still find it really easy, primarily because the people who are making those videos don't give a shit. They're not putting effort in. If they did put a meaningful amount of effort in, I think it'd be a lot easier to hide, but... Genuinely almost went to uni to become a teacher, then I realized I have to deal with AI bullshit and said, yeah, no, just go understandable. AI YouTubers are the lazy as shit, can't even voice over their AI generated content, literally. It's those moments where like you open up a video and the images on screen aren't even related to like the topic at hand, or are only very barely tangentially related. Like, oh, you didn't put effort into this. You did not try. AI generated, like I think it would be really hard for AI to generate an interesting video essay, because one, it requires maintaining like consistent points for an extremely long period of time. And AI tends to break down after a few paragraphs and lose its point. But also because like it would require the creator, even after the script is done and whatnot, even if they record their own voice over, to be willing to put effort in. For AE generated content myself, thank you. For every single thing they talk about, they have to use the formula. It's not X, it's not Y, it's Z to emphasize just how special the thing is. I will say. Anytime people go on the, oh, AI generated language is really easy to identify because of XYZ terms or sentence patterns, are deeply flawed, I will say. Because yes, it is true that there are certain words and sentence structures and phrases that AI is more prone to using than the general public, and that causes people to further avoid using those sentence structures because they want to appear genuine and not appear like AI. But for every example of that, there are a dozen more examples of language which AI commonly uses and has become more common in our linguistics, in our communication, because of our exposure to AI, and we don't even notice it. It is this kind of recursive, cyclical pattern, and it's pretty scary. AE generated content equal fox slop? Yeah. Vivi, I'm still very proud of Weed Slop. I was a high as shit. Alright. Absolutely not easy, but some of these things stick out like a sore thumb. I get paranoid about sounding like AI or coming across as AI when I type sometimes, just because I am someone who tends to type in full sentences and use a lot of words to express things. I do not keep myself short and succinct. I worry I come across as AI because I talk too formally. I think my loud ass punk nature is the main thing saving me there. Recommend Noah Caldwell Jervis. Do I know this guy? Give me a second. Let me look into him. Recently, my sixth form started encouraging the use of AI because it's the future now. I hate it. That's disgusting. That's disgusting. I am subscribed to this guy. I am subscribed to this individual that Pot has named. Thank you for the bit. For someone who doesn't keep things short and succinct, you sure are short. I'm 5'10". I'm 5'10". I'm 5'10". Okay, chat, can I admit something? Fuck generative AI. I get, and I would never do this because of the consequences, the environmental damage, the fact that it's just straight up, I'm not going to learn anything of merit by doing it. I get tempted sometimes, just for the sake of the experiment, just to see what would happen, to like, you know, take an essay that I've already done a serious amount of work on or have already written and whatnot, and ask an AI to try to write something on that subject just to see how bad it is. Like, I wonder what would happen if I tried to prompt an AI to write something about artificial intelligence and necropolitics. I would never do it because I think it is simply not worth the cost, and I wouldn't gain anything meaningful for it. But I will not pretend that there isn't the temptation just for the sake of knowing, you know? It's the kind of morbid curiosity. Absolutely fuck generative AI. I hate generative AI. 99% of its use cases are bullshit and absolute wastes that only fucking continue to harm people psychologically and environmentally. But I wonder. Especially given the kind of shit that I discuss is very, like, academic, heavy shit a lot of the time. I have read a lot of books for the making of this video essay. I think I've so far read 3, like, academic books. The kind of shit that I had to find on Google Scholar. I love Google Scholar. Had that as well, it's so tempting. Recently did an essay on why the British suffragettes had poor leadership, really had the urge to get AI to do as well just to compare. Yeah, like, I wouldn't ever do it because of the cost, but I have to wonder, about these big blind spots in AI, because these are really important things, and sure, these topics don't matter so much to a layperson. A layperson can easily go about their day-to-day life not knowing this stuff. But also, you cannot get a full understanding of certain social issues on a complex academic level without this shit. And I feel like the thing AI is going to kill the most is 100% academics. We're going to come to a point relatively soon where there is a lack of experts because people are relying too highly on generative AI rather than, like, you know, academic research in their, especially sociological study. You take care, Lunar Soul. Have a good rest of your evening. Bark, bark, bye, bye. Especially in, like, fields of sociology, I wonder what is going to happen as generative AI takes more heavy place in people's lives, because, like, there's probably a lot of blanks in its knowledge, because there's a lot of shit that lay people don't fucking talk about, that doesn't get talked about on, like, surface internet, but is extremely relevant and important to study and understand if you are interested in these topics. The number of times I've tried to do research into sociology bullshit or into anthropology or whatnot, to any kind of social science, and had, like, the little AI prompt show up and give me a complete misinterpretation of, like, the academic term that I'm using, because it's too vague specific of a field of study for the AI to have any info on it, is frustrating. Not frustrating in that I was planning on using the AI, just frustrating in that, like, damn, this makes it so much harder to communicate with people, especially lay people, about these topics. Hello, Bad. Lovely to see you. Bark, bark, bye, bye. Never ever trust AI. It's wasted scroll times. Oh, absolutely. Makes me so depressed when someone I once considered a sibling becomes apathetic at the thought of Gen AI taking over jobs. She's compliant to it now. To be honest, I do understand why people feel defeated. That's one of the things I wanted to talk about in my protest video that will hopefully someday get made. Like, people are apathetic, but we can't afford to be. Hello, host. Ayo, got fan art? I will peek at it in just a second, I promise. The fact that they're removing the AA checker from a university's assignment submission software is absolutely sickening. That is disgusting. That is very disgusting. I will say it's pretty easy to determine if a paper is AI even without that shit just by looking at like the typing patterns, because a lot of that is saved in certain file types. But yeah, it is scary shit. Qualitative AI, so at least got that going for him. Better than a lot of places these days. So a lot of what people are seeing happening right now is unfortunately the result of an executive order that was signed, pushing for the use of AI in the classroom. So I think oftentimes it's unfortunately not even like the college's fault or the teacher's fault or whatnot. They are kind of bending to a system that they don't have much choice but to bend to, which sucks. Hello, Aves, lovely to see you. Comment on environmental costs of generated AI being more effective talking point was so damn true. Was discussing it with someone a couple days back who doesn't at least outwardly treat it as seriously, but that elected an actual oh shit response from them. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, for people outside of the creative sphere, it's difficult for them to understand any talking points around like AI and the value of art. And I do agree that those things are important and matter, but they are not useful talking points, especially when engaging with people who are outside of the creative sector. Thank you, I appreciate it. Bark, bark, bye, bye. If you want to explain to someone who doesn't understand, you know, AI as copyright or whatnot, because okay. The issue of like, oh, AI and copyright infringement can easily be solved by only training off of data from people who give permission. That's not a solution. The issue of, you know, AI not being valuable and not creating good quality art and whatnot, you're not going to convince a lot of lay people outside of the creative sector with that. It's not a very useful talking point, especially as AI art gets harder and harder to recognize. The environmental cost is something that will get anyone who's even vaguely left-leaning. When you explain to them the amount of water and electricity wasted and the pollution that is occurring in big cities that are largely inhabited by lower class, people of color and whatnot, about the environmental damages of these data centers, that is a very useful talking point because you actually get people to sit down and listen and understand the actual material cost of these things, and bringing it back to an issue they care about, that being pollution. The data points on this really vary because it's a difficult thing to measure, but an AI prompt, given like the amount of water and electricity and power that goes into training an AI before even the prompts are, you know, sent, is immense and dangerous. Didn't they want to make more nuclear reactor to power AI centers? I don't know. And I'm not against nuclear, but the issue is primarily the water used to cool them. For literally anyone left or right, AI data centers tend to drive up energy prices, the local area, because of how much of the grid it devours. Yeah, also true. I think the psychological cost is also a really interesting talking point that I don't think most people wrap their heads around, because most people think that they're immune to propaganda. Most people believe that they can differentiate truth and lie. Most people think that they are better lie detectors than they are, that they are smarter than they are. They Dunning-Kruger themselves into thinking that they cannot experience psychosis. I am here, as the schizoaffective person in the room, to tell you that you are not immune to propaganda. You are also not immune to psychosis. If you have something constantly validating your flawed beliefs, you can very easily dig your way deeper into them. Everyone has fixed false beliefs. It just becomes a delusion when it starts getting in the way of your day-to-day life, you know? Hello, Silver Cat Boy. Been a while. How you been? Bark, bark, bite, bite. I'm so sorry for not responding to your TikToks. I have not touched TikTok in like fucking 3 weeks. But I hope you've been well. Happy holidays. And everyone does not immune to propaganda, but I am. Everyone has fixed false beliefs. They just become a delusion when they start impeding your day-to-day functioning. And if you have something, especially something that you believe to be primarily an arbiter of truth, even if you have doubts about it, If it is constantly validating your already fixed beliefs, it can very easily develop to a harmful extent. And AI is very good at being a yes man. I'm saying this as the guy in the room with psychosis. Trust me, people... Most mental illness is normal function taken to extremes wherein it becomes maladaptive. Normal protective measures and whatnot that become unhealthy because they're being overdone. This includes delusion, psychosis, etc. I'm the exception, yeah. Silver Catboy has never believed anything false in his life. He is the most immune to propaganda person you've ever met. Absolutely, 100%. 88% of people also apparently think they're a better driver than the average driver. Math doesn't work out like that. Absolutely. Dunning-Kruger effect is very real. People who have like an intro to intermediate level of knowledge on a subject tend to believe their capabilities to be higher than they are. People who are experts tend to downplay their abilities up until a certain point. For example, vampires cannot be straight. That's just math. I've never met a straight vampire. You might be onto something. Chad, have you ever met a straight vampire? Nah, even things like hallucinations and delusions, these are normal functions of the brain being taken to harmful extremes and whatnot. I had someone in chat, I forget who it was the other day, talking about how like they don't understand how anyone could possibly fall for AI psychosis. If you already believe or think something that isn't true, and you have something telling you that it's true, you're gonna believe that thing. You have confirmation bias for things that, you know, you already think. And sure, you can say all day that you are someone who believes in evidence and looking at the science and whatnot, but if you had two papers that had the opposite result, you'd probably believe the one that's closer to your current worldview. And that's an actual situation that does happen. If you're presented with two papers that have the opposite take on a subject, you're gonna believe the one that most aligns with your worldview. Never met a straight vampire, but I have met gay people who love to bite another's neck. True! They might have been secretly vampires. You cannot live that day long and be straight. You know what? Fair point. The standards of like gender as it is performed have shifted. Like, I think you're correct, Silver, purely because gender is such a cultural context that shifts massively from place to time. And I'm of the belief that most of our attraction is based to some extent in the affect and performance of others. At some point, there's going to be some performance or affect of gender that just kind of does it for you, regardless of fucking binaries. We've created the love bombing machine, who love bombs you and says yes to all of your ideas. It works wonders for cults. This will sell like hotcakes, literally. That is what AI is. This is why the whole AI necropolitics video idea that I'm currently working on is very important in my mind. One of the very common responses to grief when you are actively undergoing grief is a tendency known as posthumous storytelling. This is the way in which we build narratives and concepts of people who are gone. If you've ever lost someone, you probably didn't recognize yourself doing this, but you probably have built up a notion of who they were in their head that may not be entirely accurate to who they were. Because people are infinitely complex and we only get to know certain elements of them. We only get to know the elements that they present and make public to us. And our brains are very prone to forgetting things. So it is very easy when someone is lost, especially when we're undergoing grieving, to kind of create in our minds a notion of who this person was. I don't know if any of you have ever like had someone die, and then a year or two later gone and like looked at old text messages or communications or videos and photos, and it's kind of disjointed with the way you remember them. You have to reconcile that. You are witnessing posthumous storytelling and its dissonance with reality in action. This is already a thing that people do. AI makes this shit so much fucking worse. Did you see that the Swedish Christmas goat fell over? No. There's a Swedish Christmas goat? Hello? Definitely seen people who would normally know better get taken by incorrect info, internet copy pastas with no source cited. Only reason I think to check these days is because I got duped into an embarrassing way myself. I will be honest, I do fall for propaganda. Every now and then I will see a take on social media. And because it kind of aligns with my worldview, I will kind of automatically assume it to be true. For 3 to 6 months until I do more research. I've done this. I have, in my time as a streamer, I'll be incredibly real with you, repeated incorrect or flawed data points because they aligned with my worldview, and it's a thing that I'm actively trying to do better with because I am a public figure who has an element of responsibility, but I'm as flawed as any of us are, and I'm a very busy person. So sometimes I see something and I repeat it without getting around to fact checking it. It's why very often you will see me, as I'm about to make a point, go, 1 second, let me fact check this before I say it. Because I have learned from making those mistakes that that is something I should do. Hello, Luke Tendo, how are you doing? Barper, bye-bye. But if you've ever noticed me, like, in the middle of stream go, 1 second, let me fact check myself, that is literally a case wherein, like, I am aware that whatever I'm about to say, I'm sourcing from, like, a YouTube video or a Blue Sky post, and I don't remember the specifics. And I have not had the time or have not thought to go fact check it, and I want to try to make sure that I'm giving the most accurate information I possibly can on stream. And I don't always. I make mistakes. I have said incorrect things in the last week with full fucking confidence. But we do our best. It's 1:30, my phone's close to death. No worries, you take care. Night-night. Do what you gotta do. Bark, bark, bye. Hello, Pyro. No worries. Take care of yourself. A lot of people are ill right now because it's the holidays and fuckers keep going on celebrations and going on vacation and whatnot, even though they're sick. Chat, please get your COVID vaccine and also your flu vaccine, and please mask up in public, especially this time of year. A lot of people are traveling a lot, regardless of their fucking health status. Like, this is genuinely the most important time of year to be doing these things. Please. Just notice you have a gun strapped to your back. Have you never noticed this before? It's an AK-47. I've also fallen to propaganda, so take for example a bit of propaganda in the UK. People say Winston Churchill was the best, but in reality he was a racist drunk. Oh, fuck Winston Churchill. Churchill was a fucking racist. The wild thing is, Churchill was a fucking racist even by the standards of his time period. There were people from the time period that Winston Churchill lived in who compared his beliefs to Hitler. Like other politicians. Didn't even travel and I still got ill. Please take care of yourselves. He was also drunk like 24/7, something like that. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Hello, Shy, how are you doing? But yeah, I've had a gun on my back the whole time. It's one of my intentions when I made, you know, my 2.0 design was to make it a lot more obvious that I'm a revolutionary. And I think I did a good job at that. I think the design kind of screams, this guy fights fascists in the street. This is a scrappy little guy who fights fascists in the streets. Churchill was anti-Hitler, which is nice, was one of the best things to say about him. Yes, but he was also incredibly racist, especially to, like, Native Americans. Yeah, my model is full body. My model is full body. Ton of body animation. I have a second outfit, 1 sec. What's the button for that? There it is. I have a second outfit that I never use because there's actually a big rigging error in it that I haven't fixed yet. But yeah, a lot of details on this. I have paws! Ace should get another gun on his back, put a shell on his back, dye his hair blue, and become Blastoise. That's not even the most, like, me-coded Pokemon. Come on. Come on. Fascist, we have an RB Ashen, we have a scrappy little guy. We have multiple scrappy little guys. I've got my Ashen. We're a whole revolutionary crew. You see the gun I gave A in the fan art? Okay, one sec. I need to look at this before I actually properly forget. Okay, so I currently... The Missing Project is doing this fun little event thing, drawing fan art of me in various outfits. It's a whole fashion show thing. Hell fucking yeah. I think it's a really, really cool little project. Fashion show. If you have an outfit you want to see me drawn in, recommend it in the fan content channel of the Discord with reference, ideally. Please do use reference if you are able. It's a very, very cute concept, and I'm honestly really honored that I occupy anyone's mind enough to be worthy of this. I'm just a little guy. I'm just... Kaukini? I don't know if that's... It does have to be safe for work. Don't know if that's crossing the line or not. That'd be really funny, though. That would be really funny. That'd be really, really fucking funny. It's all up to Missing Project's comfort, obviously. It is all a matter of whether or not of Missing Project's personal comfort with the notion of Kaukini. But it is really funny. We could probably find a safer work variant, but I don't want to force that if it is unwelcome. I do say, like, as far as my fan art rules go, I have very few limitations around fan work. My limitations are, please do not gender bend me, and do not depict me engaging in hate speech, and also leave Quintus alone, he's a minor. And that's literally it. You can, and I want to be clear when I say do not gender bend me, you can draw me in feminine outfits. And especially, like, if you're drawing me pre-transition, I don't mind NSW art wherein I'm pre-transition as long as you, like, put some kind of note being like, this character is transmasc. Just so people, like, refer to me properly. Those are literally, like, my only lines. Like, you can draw me in feminine clothes or as a femboy or, getting railed if you want. I'm not gonna stop you. Just don't gender bend me. I loved gender bend art of me before I realized I was trans. Incredibly real and valid. I don't mind. So how do I say this? I don't really like gender bending as a trope, but not because I think gender bends are inherently bad. Just because I think most people don't read enough gender theory to do them in a way that I think is interesting and insightful. I think gender bends can be done really well if you've read enough gender theory. And I've read too much gender theory. If someone made, like, a gender bend of me that was just, me but traditionally feminine, and leaning into feminine stereotypes, I'd think that's lame and stupid. And if someone made a gender bend of me wherein I am literally the same person with no difference, I would also think that's lame and boring. I think both of those are lame and boring. Oh, Quintus being depicted in, like, safe for work situations is fine. Quintus, when I say leave Quintus alone, Quintus is a minor. Quintus is a child. Don't depict him in any kind of NSFW situations is what I mean. Quintus, okay, one second. I need to pull up the thing. Apparently a lot of people in my audience didn't know that I have a whole setting and a lot of things going on with it, and I have my Ashen and whatnot. I come from a version of Earth where everything is just slightly worse, though most of the politic conversation we have around here center around your Earth because it's relevant to you all. In my own world, shit. Thank you. Buff Cowboy Hellhound Demon, incredible username. Hot. But in my whole world in which I reside, the U.S. is a fractured hellscape, etc., etc. I live in the Floridian Commonwealth. This is the Cliff Notes version. I'm in the Floridian Commonwealth. There's a fascist regime, and then there's me and my Ashen. They're my revolutionary crew. You can see them here depicted in their glory. Quintus is basically my adoptive baby brother. He is the youngest of the, at least Ashen that you all have interacted with and known in some capacity. He is a little guy. He is this tiny little Mexican boy. Do not give him a gun. Yeah, that's perfectly fine, Asa. I have very few lines around fan work. Just that Quintus is a minor, so do not depict him in like NSFW situations specifically. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Fennel is former leader, big sister, current second in command. We have a very complicated relationship. Bug is our tech support. Killian is just kind of here. I wrote a whole ramble about this in the Discord that I can quite literally fucking read off. Fennel, she, her, cisgender queer woman, born in Tallahassee in the late 90s, raised in the foster care system. Founder and former leader of the Ashen, currently acting as second in command. Loud, harsh person with the ability to control the room, extremely complicated relationship with femininity. She honestly displays a lot of toxic masculinity, behaviorally. She's kind of the case of someone who, despite being a cis, was very much denied femininity, and excluded from it in a lot of ways. It's a interesting thing going on there. Quintus, goofy little heart of the group, little brother to all. He is a minor, he is a kid, he is a little fella. Trans femme, she is techie of the group. She comes from the West Coast, fled to the Floridian Commonwealth at 16. Part of our group now. The most terminally online motherfucker you have ever met. The most terminally online motherfucker you have ever met. And then Killian, he, him, he's a cishet white Christian man, and none of this will be changing. He was born in Jacksonville. He's a basically military defect. You know, like the well-intentioned cop who wants to be helpful, who wants to serve, but gets punished for calling out abuses occurring within the system? That's Killian. He does not fit in. But he is a well-intentioned individual. Hello, Captain Sunny. Bark, bark, bye, bye. But yeah, that's the cliff notes on the major figures among my Ashen. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year indeed. How you been? Saw a funny meme of a glitch on the FTM subreddit where someone posted status of their transition, but they absolutely got cross-posted with pictures of a beetle. Chat, where's the HRT that turns you into a beetle, ayo? Ayo, HRT that turns you into a beetle when? I need that shit. No, actually, I don't think I would want to be a beetle. Chat, would you want to be a beetle? Bug. Cursed in a nation comes for us all. That'd be pretty cool. They're pretty strong for their size. Fair point. I think having an exoskeleton could be fun. Need HRT that gives me cat ears and a tail. Real. Real and valid. Real and valid. HRT is doing most of what I want it to do. I'm pretty content with it. I am enjoying it. I'm having a good fucking time. Is this just, would you still love me if I was a worm? Chat, would you still love me if I was a beetle? Hello, Aves. Merry Chlorine. But I love you more, honestly? Wow. I see how it is. The beetles are pretty. Chat, I will say, okay. I have been, by at least like 4 separate people, completely independently, these are people who do not know each other, who have not ever met each other. I have been, by like 4 separate people, visually compared to John Lennon. For some reason, apparently, I look like John Lennon, and I don't know what to do with that. I don't know what to do with that. Apparently, I just look like John Lennon. Can you bite the same as the Beatle? I have no clue if I can. Transmassic John Lennon theory. Like, at the very least, he was a communist. I'll take that. It could be worse. At the very least, he was a communist. Who is that? So John Lennon was one of the Beatles. He's well known. I think he's best known for the song, I think it's called Imagination. You'd probably recognize it. I want to be very clear. This is people who know me IRL. This is people who know me IRL. Gonna dip, hope to see you later. Yeah, of course, you take care. We gotta plan something to hang out sometime soon, if we can find the time. My DMs are always open. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Oh, it's just imagine, okay. It's just imagine. You would probably recognize it if you heard it. But like, these are people who know me IRL, who have... I've had 4 distinct people visually compare me to John Lennon. Was he the guy that got shot? I have no clue. I know he was a communist, and he like, a lot of people don't like him because apparently he was really shitty to his wife and whatnot, and he was kind of a jackass, but he was also a communist. So it could be worse. It could be worse. At least he was a communist. Get another Cis Floridian into the album She, Her, Hers, It Spreads. Congratulations. Very, very good album. Yes, he was shot? Okay, cool. Incredible album, incredible artist. I love being in Florida. Don't meet your heroes, I guess? Shrug. I think it's funny. I think it's very funny that apparently I look like John Lennon. Chat, what if I was just the reincarnation of John Lennon? What would you do? Speaking of having AE on the mind, beat a Canadian with AE. One of the questions asked if the character had killed a dinosaur, and I'm wondering if there's dinos such dinotherians in AE's world. Not to my knowledge. Dinotherians, sure. No real dinosaurs. So here's the thing, Snowy. Most people, when they think of communism, are only capable of imagining or understanding authoritarian communism, because pretty much every example or attempt to put communism into practice has been authoritarian. I think it's very, though, important to understand and acknowledge that there is also libertarian communism, also known as like anarcho, so somewhere in the anarcho-communist range. Okay, one sec. Give me a moment. Chat, I hate to do this, but I'm pulling up a political compass. Because I think, despite the fact that I talk primarily about politics, and I think most of the people in my audience know this shit, I realize it is not a thing that like everyone has grasp of. And I want to make sure my conversations are accessible. And if that means pulling up a political compass, then I'm pulling up a political compass.
Oh shit.
Thank you so much for the follow, I appreciate it. Bark, bark, my bite. Alright, chat. While the political compass is an extremely simplified way of trying to explain and navigate politics, it is still useful in some contexts, so you all will have to forgive me. Today, we're going to be talking a little bit about the political compass. Very simplified tool, but a tool nonetheless. Nice to meet you indeed. How are you doing today? Okay. So, most people's understanding of politics is pretty heavily limited to like this range here. This is what we call the Overton window. This is the range of politics that are seen as like acceptable and commonly discussed in a given society. And the Overton window in most of like the Western world these days starts barely left stretches a bit into authoritarian left obviously is not like a popular ideology, but it is a thing that gets discussed and that people have understanding of. Authoritarian right is the dominant ideology that you will see in most modern politics in the West, and it dips pretty deep into the libertarian right. Most people's knowledge and understanding of politics and the kind of politics that we discuss in society end there. In fact, I can probably find specifically a political compass of the US where it shows pretty much everyone existing within this line right here of like major politicians and political figures in the US. To be very clear about what these terms mean. Right versus left, that's the, typical what people talk about when they talk about right versus left. Right being traditionalism, conservatism, left being generally more communist or socialist style beliefs, more individual freedom. Again, this is an extremely simplified system. There are much more complex and better measures for describing politics, but this is a simplistic exercise here. Most modern politics is going to sit in this authoritarian right corner where there is large overarching government and a lot of capitalism and a lot of value for traditional bullshit. People are generally aware of authoritarian left beliefs. That is your authoritarian communism. That is what people tend to mean when they use the term communist. It is worth noting that even most of the examples that people commonly quote as being communist were not actually communist. They were, at best, like state capitalism or state socialism, where they were relatively authoritarian, and most of them, unfortunately, got absolutely wrecked before they could even give proper communism a try. A big underpinning of Marxism as a belief system is, we start by doing a big government takeover, we instill a big powerful government, and then we slowly transition into communism. And unfortunately, the USSR got sabotaged along that route, but even that's not my personal political leaning. You have libertarian right. This is your this is what we oftentimes are referring to when we use the term neoliberal these days, or libertarian these days. These are the people who believe in little to no governmental regulation over capitalism. This is less modern conservatism, more like traditional conservatism. This is your, I want a small state, I want little to no taxes, I want little to no regulation on business. This is what Republicans looked like up until a decade ago. I sit in this little under-discussed, underexplored corner in the libertarian left. This is, I want little to no centralized government, and I believe people's needs should be met and people should have individual freedom. This is socialism, communism, etc. This is also where social democrats sit. Social democrats are very mildly lib-left, where they still believe in a relatively democracy-centric system, but there is still centralized government and whatnot. But as you get further along here, you get your socialism and your communism on the left line, as well as your queer rights, your et cetera, and then the libertarians where you get your smaller government. I'm about as far in this corner as you can fucking get. I am the far left extremist that the government keeps warning you about. And most of the time when we use the term leftist in modern society and in modern discourse, we are talking about things that exist in this green square. Unfortunately, in the major primary discourse, no one talks about the green square. Because the government and the systems upholding it, the media, the education system, etc., exist primarily to, protect themselves. The government does not want to educate or push for or allow for a potential system wherein the government is no longer necessary. They want to maintain and sustain themselves, so they're really only going to educate you about the shit that is beneficial to them. The Red Scare, they still talk about the Red Scare to kind of scare you off any thought about communism and further scare you away from the green. And then companies really like things going on in this purple square right here. So you do get some of that in your discourse. No one talks about the green square. Don't see what government warns people about you're a good person. Because I'm a threat to them. Because anything that is a potential, actual, measurable creator of change that threatens their dominance is a potential risk to them. My core ideology is labeled as a terrorist ideology. Because if fucking change is possible through it, the government will make it illegal. When we talk about that at the news, it's usually about the left. They're usually talking about neoliberals. Not neoliberals. They're usually talking about, like, well, okay, there is more conversation about quote unquote Antifa these days, which is that far lib left where I sit. The left these days usually describes, like, here. This, when people use in the big, like, common media the term left, they usually mean, like, here. When I use leftist, I'm talking about this, like, most of this green square. The thing with our current understanding of democracy is it's a facade for capitalist control, and also governmental control. Not solely capitalist, but also governmental. But yes. Trump basically declared everyone left of center terrorists, pretty much. There was a, what's it called? Executive order? No, it wasn't an executive order. What was it? It was a presidential memoranda declaring that anti-fascism and related ideologies, including like support for Palestine or hatred of capitalism or anti-Christian value, that those things are threats to America and our terrorist ideology, as well as in a presidential memoranda, I believe a few days either before or after, giving the U.S. Department of Justice the prerogative of investigating and to the harshest extreme, including the death penalty, punishing terrorists. So basically what they said is, on a federal level, if you find a terrorist, we encourage you to give them the death penalty, while also saying, anything that's even vaguely fucking left, you're a terrorist now. It's basically a roundabout way of giving the government permission to kill anyone who has a left of center belief. They called Joe Biden a leftist and a communist, so I think the left counts as even center right these days. The modern Democratic Party is center right. This is true. Give me a second. There's like another thing I can pull up that I think makes this point pretty well. But yeah, that's what the Overton fucking window is. Okay. I'm trying to find a good one here. Okay, so this is for the 2024 presidential election, apparently. This is a political compass specifically documenting, that's not what I wanted to do, the 2024 presidential election. So it's going to include all the people who are relevant to that, and their ideologies. So you can see, like, the people running the Democratic Party, they're still center-right. There is some discussion of center-left belief in the conversation, largely coming out of independents. But for the most part, like, you know, our major politics all exist in this authoritarian right sphere. You can see some similar ones. I don't know who these people are. I don't know who half these people are. But you can see, like, here's the previous year or something. I don't fucking know. Here's another one where it displays similar things. Like, there is very little discussion. Bernie Sanders is really the only major person to run as a Democrat to actually have anything even center of left, or rather left of center. And yeah, a lot of the political discourse comes from using the Red Scare and discussion around it for bad. There is a genuine effort to take the, you know, to weaponize the damage done by the Red Scare, which was the intentional effort of the US government to demonize anything related to communism and any countries which had even communist adjacent beliefs in order to bolster their own fucking war efforts and further build feelings of nationalism. That is being weaponized in modern political discourse to attack anyone who is, like, not far authoritarian right. Sanders would be considered center right over here. Yeah, I agree that he's, like, barely fucking left. But he's outside of the current Overton window. But yeah, it's, I don't know anything about Colonel West. I'm gonna be honest, I have not heard of this man. So definitely take that with a grain of salt. I'm pulling these off the internet, so they're flawed, but, you know. Is why always morbidly funny when people unironically call people radical left, like my sibling in Boring Dystopia, the centrist you're talking about. Literally. Literally. The point being, when people hear the term communist, this whole started with the point of, when people say communism, most of the time they're thinking authoritarian communism. When I talk about my ideals, I am lib left. I am minimal centralized government. Liberty, rights for all, everyone's needs being met, and communism is the easiest, anarcho-communism is the easiest label to put on that. The most communicable one. I'll admit that, like, the specifics of my ideology are messy and hard to communicate, and I have a, like, swath of labels and potential futures that are things I would be comfortable and okay existing in. Anywhere from, like, the anarcho-socialist to anarcho-communist to mutualist kind of routes are things that, like, I can see merit in. But I am far left, and how I tend to describe myself, the easiest and I think most accurate term to use is anarcho-communist. I feel like Bernie's politics would be different if the context of the Red Scare did not exist. Probably. I feel like Bernie would be more open to talk about further left ideals were the damage of the Red Scare not so severe. People don't even understand what the difference between socialism and communism is. Which is frustrating. I think there's one other interesting document I could pull up. Can I find one where it just shoves ideologies? Okay. So what I'm about to pull up is definitely not a perfect measure. It is a thing made by people, and I believe any kind of measure, especially on something as simple as the political spectrum, is going to be flawed, so I don't agree with all the takes here. This is a far more complicated issue than a political compass can even capture, so, like, I don't agree with all these placements, but this is a basic, like, you know, rough idea of where a lot of ideologies tend to sit. Like, I would say that social democracy is a little bit closer here where, like, liberal democracy would be, etc., etc. But the point being that, like, if you're interested in roughly where different ideologies sit along the board, you can get a vague idea from something like this, but it's gonna be flawed. Hello, JM, bark bark bye bye. Been thinking about becoming a political writer, like any of your hobbies, should I? Do you value your mental health? Honestly, it depends on how, what's the word? It depends on how hardy you are to these kinds of conversations. There are a lot of people who would not be able to stand doing what I do, entirely because it is extremely mentally taxing having to deal with like the constant news of the state of the world and also the attacks. You will probably, if you get big enough, at some point get doxxed or harassed. God knows I have. Sorry, I'll get the text to E in a second, Pyro. I have been yapping. I'll get it in a moment. I've been kind of on a roll with my yap, and I wanted to make sure I didn't lose my train of thought. But like, if you are a political commentator, you will pretty much inevitably at some point get doxxed or harassed. And it can be really taxing shit for more people. The reason I'm able to talk about this shit is because punk and the politics around leftism are like one of my special interests. It is also because they are important things that I genuinely value and believe need conversation about. But a big part of the reason I am able to talk about this stuff is because this is like hyperfixation territory for me. Yeah, I don't agree with all the takes on here. Like, I don't agree with a lot of the takes on here, actually. But, you know. Let me get the text to AE. The HRT that transitions you into communism. The HRT that transitions you into communism. We did, like, put that in the water. If you are genuinely fulfilled by discussion about politics, and I do think like standing up for something, talking about things is important, but we're talking about like dedicating a lot of your free time and energy and creative venture to this shit, you have to be willing to like take a lot of risks in doing this, and I think those risks are worth it for me, but. But we are vibing, JM. A big kind post, extreme right-wing UK politicians advocated for Brexit by saying, lying but still, that they increased funding for universal healthcare, something most US left-wing politicians consider too radical. Yeah, because it's socialism. I am happy to be the political educator that y'all sometimes need, though, because we don't talk about this shit enough on the internet. I believe that, like, doing good protest and creating change requires a lot more than just having conversations on the internet. I absolutely, like, I don't think what I do is enough, but hell, I'm glad to have even a little positive impact on the world. I'm glad that the conversations that I initiate can have any kind of positive impact on people's lives. It means a lot to me that I have that opportunity. I do not think that what I do is enough. But I like to hope that I am helping to open people's eyes and eventually lay the groundwork to do even bigger things. Hello, no eyes for you. We just got on a big political rant. How are you doing? You are intentionally not educated well about politics in the majority of the world. They don't teach you this shit because teaching you this shit makes you a threat to them. They'll teach you Democrats and Republicans and barely anything beyond that. And it is an intentional effort to keep you quiet, to keep you from fighting, to keep you from knowing your rights. On top of the intentional efforts to keep you exhausted and overwhelmed by companies and by social media and whatnot, they don't want you to learn about this shit. They want to make this overwhelming and exhausting and scary. I hope that I can, in some small way, make it accessible. Our fight cannot end with discussions like this on the internet, but it can start there. And I'm happy to be a voice who is elucidating a lot of these things for people who have not had the opportunity or drive to learn on their own. Why read political theory when you can have a Labubu? Half joke. Half joke. I mean, political theory is not very accessible, and it's scary. So I don't blame people for having trouble interfacing with it. I got radicalized pretty hard in 2020, and I'm not perfect, but I do my best. It's one of the most, if not single, most fulfilling thing for me to discuss. I feel like some dangers are worth it. In that case, go for it. become a political writer or commentator on the internet. Try to make journalism happen. I know a lot, it can be very discouraging given a lot of mainstream media is very center-right and uninterested in having actual conversations, and also very much exists to uphold the system. But I absolutely adore the independent media and journalism of the 2000s, and I want to see us fucking do that shit again. How many of you are familiar with indie media? Lennon was a big fan of pistachio, as Dubai chocolate as well. I don't know if I can read. Nah. What was I saying? I was talking about something. I completely lost my train of thought. Chat, I completely lost my fucking train of thought. Shit, what was I talking about? Shit, fuck. Blinks. Oh, indie media. Thank you so much. Okay, whatever, mate. So, indie media, it's not really operating, kind of anymore. Like, it's not technically fully dead across the entirety of the world, but it is very much a ghost of what it used to be. It was a network of independent journalists and broadcasters, who would report primarily on, like, leftist politics and social issues, in the, like, early internet era. So we're talking, you know, starting in 1996 and continuing throughout the early 2000s. But it was in the late 2000s that they got very heavily attacked by the police, and as such, in the 2010s, there was a massive decline, as, like, everything fucking fell apart. So indie media, I'm not saying, you know, the words indie and media, it was a network of independent media centers, a very specific movement, and I want to see something like this revitalized. One of my favorite things just existing on the internet is digging around, like, dead or half-dead links for old, like, digital archives, especially as related to leftism and whatnot. One of my favorite things I've ever found, which apparently, I was talking about this with a friend the other day, and, like, the fact that he knew about it was kind of wild to me. Apparently it is, in a lot of online political circles, like, still a subject of conversation, but, like, the Spunk Library having been the first digital archive of leftist and anarchist literature and materials. I love digging through the remains of these kinds of endeavors, because it really shows to me, I think we were a lot more politically active in the early internet. The early internet was a beautiful era to be invested in leftism. There were genuine fights being headed, and I hate that this shit got shut down. But it also gives me hope that we could do it again. It gives me genuine hope that we could do this shit again. Indie Media is a website for citizen journalism that promotes activism and counters mainstream media news and contemporary perspectives. Originated from protests against the concentrated ownership and perceived biases in corporate media reporting. The first indie media node, attached to the Seattle anti-corporate globalization protests, was seen by activists as an alternative news source to a lot of the corporate media, which they accused of only showing violence and confrontation, and portraying all protesters negatively. Indie media initially covered protests between 1999 and 2001. As protests began to wane, indie media covered global social justice movements such as the opposition to the war in Iraq. Indie media was purported to be the first network on the scene in reporting the 2008 Greek riots and the resistance towards the 2009 Honduran coup. The network also has a focus on covering the social justice campaigns of students, indigenous people, immigrants, and peace activists. The slogan was, "Don't hate the media, become the media." I want to. I don't know how to. But I want to bring this kind of shit back. I know I'm a content creator on the internet, and I'm very dedicated to, like, trying to eventually make a living off of my projects. my video essays on YouTube, etc., etc., my streaming on Twitch and whatnot. But it is a dream of mine to, if not do it myself, push others to revitalize this kind of effort. I've thought a lot about what it would take for me to basically become an independent media reporter myself. And I think part of the problem comes from trying to appeal to modern algorithms. But every now and then I get hit with that drive to try. And that's why like I do the YouTube shorts where I talk about current political issues, especially ones impacting trans people. I want to do more of that. I want to initiate and push more of that discussion. Hello from the Car Missing Project. Indie media is the kind of thing that I absolutely aspire for, and I don't know how we make something like this happen again, but I want to. I really, really fucking want to. It's also an unfortunate truth, though, that, like, by doing this kind of shit, you're going to put yourself in danger. But also, I've already been a victim of an FBI investigation. I don't know how, if, or when I would make it happen, but I would love to find a way to make this kind of thing happen again. Hello, Jasper. Bark, bark, bye, bye. I'm just one guy, though, and this kind of thing would require a team. But, like, if I ever found the people and the resources to make it happen, I would love to become the new independent, or be a part of a cog in the wheel of the new independent fucking media. Gotta go because phone almost dead? No worries, do what you gotta do. Have a lovely rest of your evening, Crochet. Thanks for being here and hanging out as per always. Nope, don't open my email right now. I do not want to look at my email. I don't want to look at, I don't want to look at my email. I don't need my email. Fuck you. On October 7th, 2004, the FBI took possession of several server hard drives used by a number of independent media centers and hosted by US-based Rockspace managed hosting. The servers in question were located in the United Kingdom and managed by the British arm of Rockspace, but some 20 mainly European independent media center websites were affected, and several unrelated websites were affected, including the website of a Linux distribution. Some, but not all, of the legal documents related to the confiscation of the servers were unsealed by a Texas district court in August 2005 following legal action by the Electronic Frontier Foundation. The documents revealed that the only action requested by the government was to surrender server log files. It was a very intentional effort to shut this shit down at any cost, far beyond what the fucking government even asked for. Screw this bullshit. Are there dragons in my world? I have never interacted with one. There could be. Maybe. In some capacity, the majority of non-human activity happening in my world is very well hidden. It wasn't until I took to the scene last year that the existence of people like me became public knowledge. Is absolutely deserved to be revived. Yeah, again, I don't know how I do this. I don't think I have the technical know-how to make it happen, but I want to fucking see this shit reestablished. This is why I want to make more efforts to get involved in local politics. And part of why I want to go full-time so I can have the time, energy, resources, money, etc. to dedicate to shit like this. The best I can do right now is just independently report on fucking whatever the leftist discourse of the week is. But honestly, I think that I need to get better at is seeking out lesser talked about cases.
Oh, shit.
Ribby, thank you for the subscription. Barker Bite Bite, how dare you? I want to fucking push this shit to happen again. You know what? Maybe that's something I need to think more on the feasibility and routes around, because We need this shit more than ever, honestly. We need a new indie media on the scene now more than fucking ever. My very close friend is probably going into political science, may want to be mayor. I could absolutely vouch for him. I do think like taking office within our local politics is a really meaningful way of shifting things towards the better. If you've got the time and the capacity, run for fucking local office, see what you can do, especially if you're living in a small town where there might not be people running. It's a good thing to do. But no, I love politics. That's why I talk about this shit. I love this shit. And I don't think I'm perfect at it, but you know what? I would love to one day have the opportunity to be one of those fucking independent journalists who is making people aware of this bullshit. Who is elucidating this shit. Isn't Anna's archive 81 terabytes? I have no fucking clue. I wouldn't be surprised. I don't think that's relevant to the ongoing conversation, but possibly. Politics ain't my calling, but I respect y'all, and will do what I can to support. Hell fucking yeah. Like, the thing is, we need as many people in the streets as possible. The big thing we need right now is more boots on the fucking ground actually going out there and making change, getting involved in their local organizations and whatnot. Even talking about this shit on the internet is not enough, and I hate to say this because it's mean to say, but everyone who is saying, I'm not capable of getting out on the streets and doing something is continuing to perpetuate the problem. We need more boots on the ground. Desperately. And everyone who says they aren't cut out for this or they're too overwhelmed, or who believes that what they're doing on the internet is enough, and this includes me, is perpetuating shit. Constricting during Artist Raid, fun idea. I will not out loud advocate for anything illegal. But fucking, like, even, this is, again, this was what, my next video essay was supposed to be about, and part of why I had to post about the project, because it's a really big, scary thing to talk about. Even what I'm doing here is not fucking enough. I need to and should be doing more. I am not doing enough to create concrete change in the world. The video was as much a call out on myself as it was anyone fucking else, because we need more people in the streets, desperately. We're not going to create change unless people are willing to take action. But, you know. If you agree with the ideals of anti-fascism, and of anti-capitalism, we need to be out there doing something. I need new music. Also, I'm seeing in the Discord people talking about Zinnia, and Zinnia, my beloved. Sorry, massive topic shift. Zinnia, my fucking beloved. Zinnia, my beloved. Also, how are you, Jasper? I hope you're doing very well. I hope you're doing very well. I went on a whole rant talking about the Overton window and the political compass and a ton of fucking bullshit. It was a good ramble. I feel really good about the yapping today, chat. I feel very good about the quality and quantity of yapping tonight. I like talking. I enjoy speaking. Got a coupon for half off new brake pads. Life is slow but good. Hey, sometimes that's the best we can do. Your yapping always makes the day better. I'm glad. I'm very glad. I'm happy to be a positive force. I hope that the shit I do continues to be a positive force in the world. What do you think about the constant grind in art and the never-ending study? I mean, I think any passion or trade that you choose to dedicate yourself to is a constant grind. It doesn't matter what it is. If you're talking about, you know, visual art or writing or hell, this streaming shit, it is a constant thing that you're learning how to do. It is a constant grind of never-ending study. And if you aren't constantly making efforts to improve the quality of your work, what the hell are you doing, you know? Listening to your high quality yapping the past hour, but couldn't chat because I was also yapping with my roommate. Well, hello, Noivern. I hope it was enjoyable. I love approval. Chat, I love approval. From political rant to nom nom fops in 5 seconds, that's how AE streams go. This is so true. I like to think the ability to balance the heavy, difficult political conversations with silly is part of my charm. And the fact that I'm an absolute disaster of a boy, part of my charm. I love yapping. But no, I think any trade that you dedicate yourself to is a never-ending learning process. You're never an expert at anything. There's no such thing. I consider the same thing to be true with streaming. Honestly, I have not been as good about this as I used to be. And I need to dedicate more of myself to it. But I am constantly thinking about and researching and looking into and testing new ways of engaging with my content in order to better it, to improve it, to make it something greater. Because any trade, and that includes, you know, me sitting here speaking at length for 6 hours and playing games in front of an audience, it is a thing that, it is a skill that you are never done building. There's no such thing as an expert. So yeah, art is a constant grind and study. So is talking at length. So is writing. So is fucking studying medicine. This shit's infinite. And I do believe you need to have variety in your life. You can't dedicate every hour of every day to one task or art or passion. But you know. I wish I had more time in the day to dedicate to more tasks and to passions. There's always more to learn, indeed. I think, okay, no offense to other creators, I think one of the core flaws of a lot of creators is that they don't spend enough time thinking about how to improve their content or build off of what they're already doing. I think a lot of people come into various creative tasks, especially ones like streaming. I think a lot of people especially come to streaming thinking they already have the tools they need to be good at this. No, it's a constant thing that you need to build and improve on. You need to, there's a million things that go into making this kind of shit work. And whether it is simply learning better microphone etiquette to make your stream sound better, or practicing your ability to talk at length, or learning silly voices so you can be funny on stream, or taking the time to figure out, what's it called? When you like put keywords in title to make more searchable, that bullshit. Whether it's learning the social media marketing elements of it, there's constantly stuff that goes into making this shit work. And I think no offense to my fellow creators, a lot of people, and part of it's, you know, people are busy and exhausted, but a lot of people don't put the time into figuring out what those things are. And that's okay. But I would encourage whatever your trade or your art is, that you take the time to dedicate yourself to it to the fullest. You're never done studying. No matter what the task or interest is, you're never done studying. I think that's part of the beauty of it all. No 24/7 AE streams. Listen, I would love to one day be in a position to do that. It's not happening anytime soon. You are not getting 24/7 AE anytime fucking soon. I would love to someday be able to offer that. It's not happening. I'm not even gonna promise that shit. I would love to do a 24-hour stream at least once. It's not like, I don't know if I'm gonna manage to do that this year. I would love to have it happen someday. It's a ways out. You just, okay, my other hot take, you just gotta do the thing. If you want to do the thing, if you want to create the thing, you just gotta do it. You're only gonna get better by doing it repeatedly over and over again. The only way you learn to get good at something. Hello, angels. Bark, bark, bite, bite. The only way you ever get good at anything is just by doing it over and over and over and over and over again. Need a dip now? Cause we need to work on functioning. No worries, do what you gotta do. Script for an HRT refill. You got this. You will be okay. All the best. Good luck. Keep on fighting. Always. Keep barking, keep biting. I love barking and biting. Oh, chat, I got something actually kind of exciting the other day. I got a hold of a... what's it called? I got a hold of a portable cooktop. So you know, like, the thing that has the burner and you can cook on it. I got a hold of a portable one. There might be, at some point in the future, a cooking stream on our horizon. I need to figure out the details and how I'm gonna do that in this tiny little fucking room. But it's possible. It might happen. I'm also probably gonna end up hurting myself horribly if I ever do it, but like it'd be really funny. Have we considered? It'd be really fucking funny. Cooking stream could happen eventually. Someday. Someday. I know people have asked for a cooking stream for a long time. Hello, Safi. Thank you for the happy 6 months. It's appreciated. How are you? Lovely to see you. God, I would love to actually, if I did a cooking stream like that, I would love to get Necromantic Chef on board. Just find something in the cookbook that I could feasibly do with that setup. It'd be really funny. I don't know if this room could handle it, but it'd be really funny. Lovely to see you though, Safi. How are you doing? I send all my love and all my good vibes. Hello, Bad Bread. Hope you're feeling good for your upcoming boxing match against Big Chungus. I will get my shit wrecked. I am made of twigs and bricks. I can bite though. I have very sharp teeth. How susceptible is Big Chungus against biting? How much damage can my teeth do? That's the question.
Oh shit.
Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Thank you, Omega Scales, for the hydrate as well. I should drink water and not energy drink. I think that'd be smart. I should put liquid that is not caffeinated in my body. It's his weakness. Perfect. I'll be fine. Thank you for the stretch as well. Big stretch. Oh god, my back needed that. Big Chungus fears the bite. Good. Because my teeth are very sharp. Chad, I have so much work on my plate the next couple of weeks. I'm gonna be running all over the place. I expect a lot of all-nighters from me next week. Probably going to bed soon. Aw, everyone's going to sleep so early. And if you gave me a Mario plush for Christmas, not an interesting part. The interesting part has no nose. I saw this. I got beef with Santa, to be fair, but hope you had a good Christmas. I don't particularly celebrate. I'm gonna be so real. I didn't have anywhere to go. I don't got family. I didn't really do much for Christmas except for get high in voice chat, but you know what? Getting high in voice chat was worth it. If we get bit, do we need a full antibiotic treatment, or is it like 100 times cleaner than human mouths? You should probably get vaccinated for rabies. If I bite you, you should probably get checked for rabies. Hello, Celestial Muffin. Lovely to see ya. How was y'all's Christmas? I hope y'all had wonderful Christmases. Dream Guardian Cast, thank you for the raid. Welcome on in, folks. Mods, can we get a shout out? Hello, everybody. Hi, I'm Archivist, your resident chaotic and field. I stream not quit virtual games and do art here on Twitch.tv. I'm a loud punk bastard, a leftist, talking about queer shit, punk shit. I never shut my goddamn fucking mouth. Hello, Blem, how are you? I don't know if any of my mods are around. One sec. Shout out at Cass. Everyone go get Cass some love. Lovely Dream Guardian VTuber, good buddy of the channel. Send all your love. How goes it? What were you up to today, Cass? Explode? Why are you exploding me, Blem? What did I do? What did I do? How dare you? I've never done anything wrong in my life. I want a fictional 32-year-old man to cradle me with his very big arms. You know what? Valid. Valid. I'm not gonna judge. I'm not gonna judge. I've wanted weirder and worse things. Playing Nier Automata short stream, I had a lot of fun. Hell yeah! Hey, nothing wrong with the short stream as long as it was enjoyable. I have heard of that game, unlike a lot of other games which I have not heard of. I know nothing about it, but I have heard of it, and that's straight up just better than most games. Refuse to draw him until I beat his obscenely obtuse and hateful towards the player ass game. Good luck. You got this. Hope you're doing well. I am. I took a break for the holidays. I didn't stream for like 5 days. I'm coming back to my first stream back. I am enjoying myself. I'm having a good time. I'm definitely a little bit eepy, sneepy, and tired. I'm not gonna lie. I think that's on me for not sleeping enough. Whoopsie. Who would have thunk? It's not like EE does this all the time, but we're chilling. We're having a good time. It's been a lot of very good yapping today, and soon we're gonna be moving on into Silent Hill F. The hobo urge to strike. I'll gay it thus. I know the horror games are not everyone's cup of tea, but I've been really enjoying Silent Hill F, and I want to try and finish it before the year closes out. Very nervous about getting that done. Actually, I'm definitely not finished. You know what? How long is Silent Hill F? Silent Hill F typically takes 10 to 12 hours for a first playthrough on normal difficulty. Lies. Fucking lies. There's no way that's true. How many hours do I have in this game? I'm already at 12 hours. There's no way that's right. There's no way that's correct. There's no way that... Okay. Yeah, I'm like... maybe 2/3 of the way through the game. Oh no. Google is not a reliable source for time. I'm going to Time to Beat. I'm going to timetobeat.com. I think we're only like halfway through the game, knowing me. Hop on the grind. Oof. Can I be incredibly real? I've been like barely playing games on stream recently and progressing through them very slowly, in part because like it's not the content that I do that performs well. Being incredibly deadass, I have not been streaming, or I've been yapping and focusing even more on yapping and less on games recently, just because like it's the yapping that performs well. It's the yapping that people enjoy.
Shit.
Floor, thank you for the resub. Bark, bark, bite, bite. And I know the horror games aren't everyone's cup of tea, so it ends up like prolonging their stay on the channel because I'll yap for like 4 hours before I hop in. But you know what? That's how it goes. We will probably at the 3-hour mark. I'll end up grabbing myself a snack and hopping on into the video game. Ain't no way you'll finish it unless you shut the gob and run them hands. I'll try, but like it's not happening. I tried to speedrun on stream once. I did attempt a speedrun. The time I got would have been the lowest time on the leaderboard. And this was like, I was barely yapping, I was barely talking, I was just button mashing and playing the game normally. The world record for this game was somewhere around 3 hours. My run, I think, was 6. Didn't realize it's been 6 months already. Time has been moving way too quickly. Lovely to see you, Floor. Bark, bark, my bite. Time passes so fast. I'm basically 6 months on HRT. How's the stream? Stream goes well. We've been yapping a lot. We're gonna be moving on into Silent Hill F soon. I am very curious, like, after I finish my current round of games, what people will want me to stream next. You know, I'm probably gonna put up a poll in the Discord looking for opinions, but I'm definitely curious what kinds of, if not exact games people want. I know I did just get a hold of Sonic Adventures, but, like, I've got such a long backlog. I've been I have such an incredibly long list of things to play. Just never play what I play. Oomph, and your numbers will be fine. I know the horror games tend to be some of my poorer performing, but I really, really have been enjoying this this game, so we're gonna try and make some good progress tonight. Hopefully we'll only have like 2 streams left of it or something. And if I get too overwhelmed, we can always jump to something smaller. Do you stream or build something? I was actually thinking about chat, potentially on Friday. Because Friday we're gonna be playing through more Pokemon Too Many Types 2, which I'm excited about. I've been having a lot of fun. Actually, no. Wait, that's Wednesday. Shit. So I recently got a hold of a Lugia Nanoblocks kit, and I want to put it together, and now I'm realizing I don't know when the fuck I'm gonna be able to do that. So sometime in the near future, we're gonna do a Pokemon Nanoblock stream. Hand cam. But I've been really enjoying doing like crafting and DIY streams recently, where I just kind of yap while I work on various DIY projects. I think it's a lot of fun. And people have been enjoying listening to me yap while I do crafting shit too, so you know what? Winning. Big win in my book. We had a stream recently where I was just embroidering shit onto my battle jacket, and the fact that y'all put up with that shit for 6 hours is wild to me. But yeah, I do have the Pokemon Nanoblocks kit. One sec, I can pull up a picture of it probably. I know I sent one to Stella. Let me just make sure it's got nothing doxing on it. Yeah. Chat, we might be able to do this soon. We might be able to do this sometime soon. Nanoblocks Lugia. It'll maybe take like an hour or 2, knowing me. I'm really excited for 2026, honestly. Like, I can't wait to grind more on my art and my content. I know you don't need, like, the precipice, the cusp of a new year to give you reason to hit a new endeavor with full intention and effort again. I know you don't. But there's something about the new year that makes it a lot easier to justify, like, resting a bit, taking a break, and then coming back full force. And it's very much how I'm kind of treating this. I'm excited. Are you my local scavenger? Yeah, I love that sticker. A friend bought me that sticker and gave it to me the other day. And I love it. My love your local scavengers sticker. Chat, I am your local scavenger. You should love me. Give me love and affection and money, /J. Please only give me money if you are able to comfortably do so. Take care of yourselves first and foremost. Self-care is important, and self-care includes taking financial care of yourself. With my teeth. One thing I actually do really want to do, I want to do a Pokemon Nuzlocke. I want to do a Pokemon Nuzlocke with y'all. I've never completed a Nuzlocke before. I feel like it would suck, but I kind of want to. Hello, Cafe Foxtail. How are you, Cat? Lovely to see ya. I have attempted many a Nuzlocke at this point, and I've never completed one. I want to, though. I think that might be a fun thing to try and do sometime next year. Trans Knight, thank you for the raid. I don't know if any of my mods are around. Let me do a shout out. At that Trans night. Welcome on in, folks. Hello, everybody. I'm Archivist, your resident chaotic and field. I stream not quit virtual games and do art here on twitch.tv because problems make me chaos and I will bite you. I'm a loud punk bastard. I talk about queer shit, leftist shit. We do talk a lot of politics here. Fair warning, but it's usually a good time. Thank you so much for the follows and the subs and the support. It means so much to me. Welcome on in. Everyone on Mind of Things, we should give Trans Knight some love. She is a wonderful fellow trans VTuber. Plays a lot of cool games. Today was playing Tunic, which is a very fun, like puzzle game, where you're like a little fox guy, I think. It's really cute. Thank you again for the gift sub. How dare you? Question mark? Question mark? Question mark? Thank you. I appreciate it. But no, I hope everyone's doing absolutely incredible. Let me say hello to folks. Hello Otter Defendo, Chuckling Bird, your alien queen, that translate in the flesh. Otter, Leia, Kai. 767 hand juggling motion. I hate your username so much, I'm sorry. To hear everyone, it is lovely to see you all. Book Tiefling as well. Pleasure to make your acquaintance. We're just sitting here yapping. We're gonna be moving on into some Silent Hill F soon. No worries if horror is not your cup of tea. I know it's not for everyone. But we have been having a fun chill, and I say fun chill. I say it's been a fun chill yapping session. I literally have been talking about politics for like 2 hours. That's fun for me though. I love politics. It is also today technically 6 months on HRT for me. I didn't, this kind of snuck up on me as well. I am officially 6 months on HRT and I need time to stop passing. I need time to stop progressing. Time is moving way too quickly. I've been on this shit for 6 months. Do y'all want to hear what my voice sounded like when I started? Do y'all want the early HRT, or the pre-HRT voice drop real quick? Because while it's only been 6 months and hasn't changed all that much, I'm still in awe and shock. This video has been, in large part, my frantic effort to put Can you be louder?
Gender fuckery and baggage.
Because this is my HRT announcement. 1 week ago today, this video has been, in large part, my frantic effort to put words to a lifetime of gender fuckery and baggage. Because this is my HRT announcement. That is from the video that was my HRT announcement. And like, listen, the difference is not huge or anything, but Jesus Christ, is it audible? Thank you so much for the gift subs. Which one of you keeps doing this? Which one of you keeps doing this? Gun. But you know what? I'm really, really happy with how my voice is progressing on HRT. It's been absolutely lovely. I need to turn the music down now. T does that to you quick, I've noticed. It's still dropping and still progressing as well. It's really funny, like, listening to all the clips back and back and listening to it drop month by month. Also, hello, Carnivorous Cannabis, lovely to see you. T-Dick has also been pretty cool. I will say, T-Dick would recommend. Wish he did more, but still, HRT is the best demon magic indeed. Like, I mean, I wish HRT, how do I say? Being non-binary and transitioning is really fucking weird because there are a lot of effects of HRT that I want and also some that I'm like, I don't particularly care for. Like, for example, facial hair, I'm not super big on. I'm not super big on facial hair. I don't really fuck with it. But you know what? I'm starting to develop it and shaving is not that hard and I'm getting used to it, even if it is not my ideal. But there's also a lot of effects from it that I have genuinely gotten a lot of joy from, like my voice, like bottom growth. For those who are unaware, trans-masked people, when they take testosterone, experience what's known as bottom growth. It's been overall an enjoyable experience, and I've very much been taking it slow. Taking things at my own pace and experimenting, exploring. Who the fuck keeps doing this shit? Which one of you? Which one of you? What the? Alright then. Thank you, anonymous gifter. Fuck you. But it's been overall a very enjoyable experience. I'm glad that I'm kind of taking my time with it. But like even with tea, I wish it did more. Cause sure, it drops your voice, it causes some shifts and changes, but like there are things that it's not going to get rid of and not going to change as well. There's a lot of things that like even on this end that you're not going to get. HRT will never be perfect. And I wish there was more room to customize the effects we get out of this, but it's also just an incredible experience, exploring and getting more in touch with your body. As someone who has still been considering if I'm trans-masc, glad to know another who doesn't care for facial hair. Yeah, it's not something that's in my ideal, but I'm starting to deal with it. And you know what? It's not too big a problem. It's a relatively easy problem to deal with as is. Or as things stand at the very least. But no, I hope everyone's doing well. If anyone needs some food, some water, some rest, take care of yourselves. Self-care absolutely comes first. I'm probably gonna be grabbing myself a snack in like 10 minutes myself. But I'm barking and biting. It's a pleasure to have you. Pleasure to see you. And I hope you're all doing absolutely incredible. One of the major factors deterring me from pursuing HRT, unwanted effects that seem unavoidable. How do I say? So I was in the same boat for a while, like part of the reason I hesitated. I made a whole video essay actually talking about like the decision to go on HRT and why it was so messy for me. Go check out my video, I Don't Regret Girlhood on twitch.tv/ no, that's the wrong website. On YouTube. On youtube.com/ whatever the fuck. I have a video essay called I Don't Regret Girlhood, which digs into a handful of the reasons why I hesitated to start HRT, a lot of it being weird, complicated feelings around gender as a non-binary person. I am trans-masc, so it's not going to resonate with everyone, and I've received some really interesting feedback on the video, but it was a really nice exercise for me in analyzing why I'm doing this. The reason why I ultimately chose to start HRT was the realization that I can literally stop at any time. That I could do this on my own terms. Back in May, I went to an event, a punk trans event that was being held about 2 hours away from me, that centered around like the local DIY music scene and art scene, all hosted by trans creators. And something about being in that space, they did a HRT demo there where a bunch of the musicians like did their HRT injections together at the same time. Something about being in that space with a bunch of people who I look up to, because several of the musicians who played are people who like I kind of idolize, who have helped me in a lot of ways. They're members of my local scene, they're small independent musicians, but they're really cool people. But they like watching this happen really cemented for me the idea that like this is something I can do on my own terms. HRT is something I have I don't have to do it the way that I am told to be trans the right way. I have the ability to, at my own pace, on my own terms, guide my transition, and I realize that the means that allow me to do so are not going to be accessible to everyone, but the particular ways that I am accessing HRT and handling my transition mean that I have the ability to, as I please, shift my dosage and experiment with effects, to take it as slow as I want or as quickly as I want, and knowing that I could choose to stop at any point, that I could decide that I am happy and call it quits, or, you know, stop for a few months and go back on, etc., etc. Knowing that that is an option for me is part of what made this feel okay. That event, though, helped kind of cement that in my mind, seeing a bunch of these artists who are very much on the same journey, accessing it through the same means as me. It was a very, very wonderful time. I owe so much of my life to my local punk scene. I think I finally figured it out, by the way. I'm agender and go by NEL. Completely valid, Dusklight. Congratulations. Proud of you. Thank you, anonymous gift. Who keeps doing this? Went to eat dinner and came back? Oh. Welcome back, Sky. Lovely to see you again. I literally just do my my injections like in VC with my friends. It's very fun. I love shooting testosterone directly into my body in the voice chat. Any pronouns people have my entire heart. Honestly, anyone doesn't big S is my whole heart. I mean, so true, so true. I'll be so real. I am so sorry to the any pronouns enjoyers. I'm going to default to they most times because it takes me it's so hard for me to think through my sentences. I have the disorganized thoughts, so thinking as I am speaking and like modifying my language intentionally can be difficult, and it's a thing that I'm working on and that I can get better at, and I've shown I can get better at, but I do have the habit of defaulting to one set of pronouns because it's a lot less mental effort for me. And I know that like that's a common excuse that people will use. It is very specifically because of a diagnosed cognitive disability in my case. I have a cognitive disability that makes thinking hard. Thinking is overrated. I disagree. I like being able to think. Gotta get through the deprogramming. I mean, also real as fuck. Also real as fuck. Nah, so I'm schizoaffective. I have disorganized thoughts, as part of that thought disorder, and it can be a little bit of a fuck, but you know what? We're doing our best out here. We are doing our fucking best out here. I think one of the funnest things about streaming has been interacting with other people who are also in the schizoaffective, or just in the psychosis adjacent space and being able to have that shared experience. It's been nice. Very, very lovely. But how are you, good humored gaming? Hope you're doing quite well. Photographs deep into my base's lore. I guess I made a band in my lore. It's been fun. No, that's badass. I've done that before. Actually, one of the most ambitious fan projects that I ever deigned to try to create. This was back when I was like deep in the Homestuck fandom. Because yes, I used to be a Homestuck and I'm not fucking sorry. I had this fan project I was working on, which was entirely centered around this was like 2020, a punk band composed entirely of Jade Bloods, and it was my beloved, my project. My goal was to eventually write songs and make animated music videos centering entirely around this Homestuck fan project, and I'm so mad I never did it. I'm so mad I never did it. It is still a dream of mine to one day, like, do something like that, to have like a fictional band where I write stuff and do animation for. I love world building, lore, storytelling, etc., especially when you integrate music into those things. Someday I'm gonna do something like that when I have free time. Me when I fall into Dude Bro speech and Dude Bro myself and my fellows, no excuse to my end, pure skill issue. I mean, real. I have had to unlearn a lot of the Dude Bro stuff. When I was like early on in being transmasc, I did use a lot of like guys, dude, etc. Neutrally, because to me, like that's how I saw guys around me talking, and I got very used to, or I kind of associated that and got an amount of gender euphoria from talking that way, and it's a thing I've had to unlearn. But on an adjacent note, hello LGBT community, I would like to ask us to stop using girl as a gender neutral term. Did they wear beanies? Not particularly, not always. Hello LGBT community, can we please stop using girl as a gender neutral term? Please, I'm begging. I'm begging. Because I'll be talking with other LGBT people. And I know, I know, that's not how they mean it. But guys, can we not? Hello, my friend is my preferred using with people. Real. As long as we also stop using dude, bro, in a gender neutral sense. I agree. I think it is good that, you know, like I have worked for, or a couple, as of a few years ago, have for the most part removed dude, bro, etc. from my vocabulary. There are slips up occasionally, particularly when I'm eepy sneepy. But like, yeah, I agree that generally should be removed from the common vernacular outside of cases in which it has been agreed on that it is okay. But Jesus Christ, why are we just doing the opposite thing now? I prefer just calling my friends chat or gamers. I do call my friends chat in VC. I've been using Bud as my go-to. Bud is a cute one. Referring to groups as chat IRL. If I'm in a VC, I'm calling everyone in the VC chat. Step away for a few minutes or to do a gift sub. I don't know! I don't know who the anonymous gifter is and they haven't stopped. I don't know who they are. I'm just a little guy. But no, it is, I'm very, very thankful for it. Thank you for the, financial support. How fucking dare you. In any case, there will be an ad hitting in just a moment. I'm probably gonna stand up and grab a snack during the ad. Because we are 3 hours into stream. When I come back, we'll probably start opening up the video game, start getting some Silent Hill going. But I do need to get some food in my stomach first. Hello, Rock. Welcome on in. Bye for my bite. I think it might be Communist Juggalo. Haven't seen, them chatting in a while in any channel I've been on. I don't know Communist Juggalo. I'm not familiar. In any case. Yeah, we're gonna unsilent the hills with my yapping after I get my snack. It's snack time, chat. It's snack time. The critter, he needs his nutrients. I'm just waiting for the thing to hit. Let me get my BRB sign up. But thank you everyone for being here and the support as per always. Y'all are wonderful. Don't worry, we still got like 3 hours of stream left. I stream for a minimum of fucking 6 hours. Thank you, your alien queen, for the follow.
Shit.
Alright, be right back. Alright, we're gonna move into the game in a minute. I have peanut butter crackers because I need nutrients in my body. Jesus fucking Christ, Anon! Who? Reveal yourself. Show yourself. Who the fuck? Oh, 1 second, I just got prompted with a really funny DM. Give me 2 seconds. There we go. I have responded with a suitable gift. How do you have this much money, Anon? Alright, in any case. We will be moving on to Silent Hill F soon, but first, I need peanut butter in my body. Because I have eaten 1.5 meals today, chat. Unfortunately, I don't think like 3 pieces of broccoli and 3 chicken nuggets counts as a meal, so we're currently at 2.5 meals, or sorry, 1.5 meals today. So this is also going to count as like half a meal. That's my agreement. Got himself a treat and came back to an Anon gift sub. Y'all are too nice to me. Yummy peanut butter. Yeah, Twitchytism. The thing with that is that I've been awake for how many hours? I've been up for like at least 8 hours. See, Chuckling Bird, my problem is that I hate cooking, and I'm also poor. I need more poverty meals. I recently found a potato casserole I really like, but I need more poverty meals. My bike cycles are usually 20 to 28 hours, not 30 plus. I do the same thing. I'm the same way. I usually eat like 2 meals a day, and I'm awake for like fucking 20 hours minimum. Today was a case of I woke up late and I didn't want to cook. So I ate leftovers and then I ate chicken nuggets. And that's all the food I've had. I didn't want to cook, alright? I still don't want to cook. Yummy peanut butter. God, I love this shit. Chat, I spurged a little bit and I got myself the honey roasted creamy peanut butter. And this shit is a dream. And yes, to me that's splurging. To me, treating myself is getting the honey roasted peanut butter instead of the regular peanut butter. This shit is incredible. I'll die for it. It's so good. It is. Oh my god. I could just put this straight on a sandwich and eat it, no complaints. So here's the thing. Listen, fuck Walmart, fuck big box stores. My monthly grocery budget is $100. I live off of like $100 a month for groceries. I could, you know, potentially, and I'm actually going to be increasing that budget soon. But important context for me, December 16th of last year, I escaped homelessness. I had been homeless for a few months beforehand. My goal for 2025 has been to save up as much money as possible, and that's included an extremely stingy grocery budget of $100 a month. I'm probably going to be upping that to like $200 a month soon, because I can't afford to. But, yes, the brand I normally purchase, which is the Walmart brand, does not make honey roasted. This brand is more expensive. Oh, hello, guy who made the design. I loved your work. Welcome on in. Bark, bark, bite, bite. No worries, Chuckling Bird. Take care of yourself first and foremost. Self-care is always most important. We're gonna be hopping on into the game soon. I am just snacking a little bit. Because I need some food in my stomach. But you're totally good. Take care of yourself. Do what you need to do. How do you feel about Rinko? Oh god, I'm trying to remember which one is Rinko. I'll be honest, I'm having trouble remembering which one is Rinko. Oh yeah, I don't like her. I don't know what her game is yet. I don't like her. Part of that's me probably being aromantic and not fucking with like the possessiveness and whatnot, but here we are. Hello, Chipper Looney, Barper bye bye. Thank you, Sleepy, I appreciate it. 6 months on HRT, we are winning. We are winning out here. I did it. Alright. What did you accomplish, Celestial Muffin? I've eaten my peanut butter. I am hydrated, fed. Chat, it might be time to abandon the lovely Pokemon music and get some spooky hours in. Give me a moment while I get things set up. If any of my mods are around, can someone copy and paste the little message warning about the content warning? If anyone could drop the content warning in chat, that would mean a lot to me. I have over 100k channel points. This is dangerous for me. That means you can summon the cat. You have marked yourself as a potential threat. Cat summoners, I fear you. Cat summoners, you terrify me. Alright. Let me get the game capture up and running. Please. I am trying to alt-tab. Why is it not working? Let me alt-tab. There we go. Alright. Move over here. Drop myself in the corner. Game. Oh, the technical difficulties begin. I will say, it's pretty easy to get channel points on my channel, especially because I have a bad habit of occasionally refunding. I'm coming for that VIP, do it, I dare you. Oh, the scuff. Alright, 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 alright. Welcome to Silent Hill F. Is the game capture looking okay? I don't know if the game is quiet, loud. We're probably not going to know that until we get into it, but anyone, as we're playing, please do let me know if it's too loud, too quiet, anything of that sort. We are going to unsilence these hills tonight, but it should be a good time. It should be a good time. The game's definitely too loud, one sec. I just checked myself, the game is definitely too loud. Alright. Welcome on everybody to Silent Hill F, a game I've been very much enjoying. Last we checked, we just got through the school segment, and through our third little visit to the Dark World, wherein we, killed our friends. We did in fact kill our friends. That is a thing that happened. We just got the key to get through this here gate, so which means we need to venture back that way and get through the gate proper. Our goal, trying to get to our friend's house. Back for a bit, just popped back to eat breakfast, managed to find where the script went, watch while writing and eating, hell fucking yeah. I do need to like dedicate some more time to video scripting. I have been making good progress on that recently at the very least. But I definitely want to dedicate more of myself to it. Do I have the requisite item? One sec. Metal gate key. Okay, cool. Average school J? Nah, it's pretty real. That is not the correct button. You can tell I've been playing too much Pokemon. You can tell that I've been playing too much Pokemon whenever I end up mixing up my A and B controls. If you ever catch me suddenly doing that out of nowhere, it is because I have been playing too much Pokemon. Actually, I think this way is faster, right? No? Oh, it's blocked off. Okay, understood. Alright, I'm gonna guess this area's gotten a lot more hostile.
No.
Oh no. Alright. Running sequence. Oh, this is a terrible place to have that too. Oh no. This place is a maze. Fuck. Okay, so that was the wrong way. Understood. Alright, let's try that again. We just made a wrong turn is all. I hope that's not a case where they expect me to, like, run backwards, because if so, that's gonna be frustrating. So we go this way. We go this way. Nope, come on, run. Run. Map. Oh, the frames. Okay, not good. Where am I going? Where the fuck am I supposed to be going? What is the route here? I cannot fucking see because the red thing is in the way. This is what happens when you combine a sundew and spider liz. I'm not familiar with sundew. Okay. We should be... Yeah, just avoid it, just avoid it, just avoid it. Uh-huh. Wait. There should be a path somewhere... No. Oh, yeah, okay, okay. We just keep going straight. We just keep going straight. My bad. And it's right here. Nope. It's right here. Yes? Yes. We did it. We survived. Alright. Personally, I think Sundew looks the best out of all the carnivorous plants. I am not familiar. One sec. Let me look into this carnivorous plant. I like cool carnivorous plants. I've always really fucked with carnivorous plants, actually. I think that they're very badass. Venus flytraps, I wish I got more exposure to them as a youngin. It sucks, honestly, how often, though, like, Venus flytraps were kept or given in these, like, tiny little enclosures, but they were basically doomed to die. Can I rant about my hatred of, like, the plant industry for a second? Also, damn, my model is chugging. I hate how often you go and you buy a plant that has been, like, especially a more, elusive or, what's it called? Exotic plant, ones that are very trendy or not from your native area, or not common like garden plants, and they will be intentionally given to you in like tiny little pots that are not suited to keep them properly, or they will be intentionally clipped, or not even always intentionally, sometimes just because they don't give a shit, but they will be cut in ways that doom them to die, or you will be given improper care instructions intentionally so that you kill the plant and buy another. This is a common thing that just infuriates me about succulents. Very oftentimes when you buy succulents, they're going to be in the wrong soil or in pots that are way too small and shallow for them, and you're going to be given poor care instructions, and your succulent's going to die, and you're going to get really sad, and you're going to buy another succulent. I learned the hard way that I do not have a green thumb. I miss my succulents. Actually, I don't know how they're doing. I did have a couple succulents still alive as of a few years ago, but like it is so frustrating to me. Like I did so much reading on how to properly care for these things. And I did manage to keep one alive for like 4 years. It is plant cruelty, and it's done with the intention that you kill your plant and you buy another one. Inevitably, your plant dies, and you buy another one. Part of me kind of wants to get back into caring for succulents again, but like it is actual effort, and you have to do research, and you have to get the right soil. Maybe someday I will be in the position to care for succulent again, but apparently this is sundew, and it's very pretty. I think carnivorous plants are so fascinating. Have a friend who's doing things on plant genealogy. She's just as furious about it. Oh, like the plant industry fucking pisses me off. This feels really planned obsolescence in plant form, literally. You know what else? You know what else is full of planned fucking obsolescence? The fucking vegan leather industry. I went on a rant about this in the Discord before stream. I'm sorry, I'm unapologetic and I get very mad about this. Fuck vegan leathers. I know a lot of people, especially in like queer and leftist spaces, they care about animals, they want to protect the planet, etc, etc, etc. So they go to vegan leathers because, you know, an animal was not harmed in the creation of this good. Fuck that. The majority of vegan leathers, even those that are made from like mushrooms or are advertise themselves as low plastic, are made primarily of microplastics and involve a lot of harmful chemicals in their production. Vegan leather, in nearly every scenario, there's been like one or two very specific kinds of vegan leather, which are not the bulk of vegan leathers on the market, and they're relatively hard to find, which are actually sustainable. The majority of vegan leathers are more harmful to the environment than just buying a real leather. Do you want leather? Go find a used or vintage leather good. I am very lucky to be in possession of a handful of vintage leather goods. I have leather as old as the 1950s, and I take very good care of it. Several of these are daily use items for me. I have a pair of boots that are like my daily wear work boots from the 1980s. They're an old pair of military boots. I do need to get them resold soon, but they were made with the intention of being resold. I also have a leather jacket that is from the. Oh god. It is at least 40 years old, so probably also 1980s. These are two pieces of leather that have that lived for fucking 40, 50 years before they got into my hands, and I now use on a daily basis and have still lasted me years. If you want the aesthetic of leather, buy vintage, buy used leather goods. They will last you infinitely longer if you take good care of them. They're not going to fall apart in a year or two, and they're not going to leach microplastics and chemicals into our fucking waterways and environments. Vegan leather does far more harm than good. I am not a vegan. I could never be vegan for medical reasons. I have a stomach condition that makes the majority of plant proteins very difficult for me to digest. So like aside of tofu, I cannot do pretty much any plant proteins. And this is why I'm kind of an advocate more for the reduction of our reliance on animal-based goods rather than an elimination of them. I believe that we can reduce our consumption of meat and animal products without removing them entirely because there are genuine uses for them. And also, what the fuck are we going to do with all the domesticated animals who can live in the wild? But like, fuck vegan leather, fuck microplastics, fuck faux fur even more. I get very pissed about this. I'm a big leather and fur defender. Hi again, Semi. I love leather. I love leather so much. But yes, sundew are really cool. Fuck the plant industry. Fuck planned obsolescence. I struggle with digesting animal stuff, so I lean into vegetarian space stuff anyway because of what I eat. So good to know. Yeah, absolutely. Like I think if the majority of people were to take like half of their meals and make them vegan, that is a bigger change than a tenth of the population becoming fully vegan. You know. That matters. You're so smart. I am literally just a guy saying words on the internet. Thoughts on linoleum? I don't know much about linoleum and its carbon footprint and whatnot. I will be honest. That is definitely a blind spot of mine. I know that like I use linoleum in making my patches. I don't know if there's alternatives for it. Don't know. In any case. Silent Hill. Looked out with mom's extremely knowledgeable about plants gardening. She taught me a lot. Hell fucking yeah. Oh, what do you mean fog monster? Oh god, it's back. Where the fuck am I supposed to go? I guess we could take the up path here, but I think the fog monster might get to us first. Let me through, let me through, let me through, let me through. Please, 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 please. Okay. Come on. Map. We can take this path up. Oh, Christ, there are a lot of you. Nope, leave me alone, leave me alone. Bye! Nope, nope. God damn it. Hello, Vivi. The fact that you paused so long to talk means you didn't get how funny the bit is where Himiko is like, few were safer than 10 liters. See, I did notice it. I was genuinely surprised when it was back. I thought we were in a safe zone. God fucking damn it. Love Silent Hill. This game is amazing. I've been very much enjoying it so far. The Silent Hill franchise is like one of my favorite franchises to exist. It has been a very enjoyable time. Okay. God damn it, Himiko. Girl's really jinxing us out here. Okay. Now we get on the move. Nope, work with me. We escape from the fog monster. Nah, I fucking... Anyone out there who's like, I love the look and aesthetic of leather goods, I want a good pair of leather boots, but I don't want to support animal cruelty, just buy an old, like, vintage pair of military boots. They'll last you for at least a couple decades if you take good care of them. Did I win? I think I won. Yay! I do love the game faking you out on that way and playing with your expectations, like, as a horror enjoyer. Like, safe rooms are such a accepted part of the, like, internal narrative of, or not internal narrative, but safe zones are just such an expected part of horror games as a medium, that they just kind of say nope, fuck you, is really, really funny to me. Yippee! Hello, host Barbar by Mai. So we have two paths here. Vintage is definitely the best route. They were made to last and with proper care will never break down. Literally. Like, inevitably everything is gonna break down. Every, you know, leather good is gonna reach the end of its lifespan and whatnot. But you're gonna get a lot more out of them than most modern goods. And it's a hell of a lot more environmentally friendly than faux leathers are. And fuck faux fur especially, it's a massive carbon footprint involved in its creation. It's not worth it. They can't get me in this room, it has a typewriter in it. Literally, fucking Resident Evil. It's so fascinating. You cross behind the little arch. And that's what seems to have gotten them to leave us alone. I'm not a huge fan of horror games. I'm wondering if you've played or heard about the game Detention. I am not familiar. Tell me about it. When's it from? I used to not be a big fan of horror games. I've always been really into horror movies, or at the very least for many a year now I've been a big horror movie enjoyer. It's not until pretty recently I got into horror games because I always found them to be a much less accessible and more difficult to engage with medium. I feel like I should backtrack and see what was on the up path. I feel like I want to find out what was on the up path. I expected this to end up being blocked off. I thought that the game was going to make my life harder. I also enjoyed Detention. Do you like it? Oh, interesting. I do primarily focus on older games. I've been breaking away from the niche a lot recently to play a lot of modern titles. But I do primarily focus on like older games from the 2000s, early 2010s, etc. But like if it has a good enough pitch and it feeds into themes that I might enjoy, I'm willing to bend my rules. Oh. Interesting. Lore. Hi, Piss Green Link, how goes it? My work boots were made in the late 80s, and after resole about a year ago, they've gone back to being comfortable. I need to get my my work boots resold soon. They're a pair of Corcorans from the 1980s, so they're paratrooper boots, and they've served me quite well. What older games have you thought about playing recently? So I actually just last night had a friend purchase for me Sonic Adventures 1 and 2, so those have been on the brain. We might play Sonic Adventures sometime soon. I also... What else is high priority? Kingdom Hearts. I do want to play the Kingdom Hearts games. And more Legend of Zelda, because you can never get enough Legend of Zelda. Detention is set place in school in Taiwan under martial law, where spiritual and slight socio-political themes come in. Okay, okay. The socio-political themes might interest me if I can find some cool stuff to yap about. Regarding the legend of the sacred sword, it said that Ebisuka Oka was a hidden village that once served as refuge for defeated soldiers of the Taira clan. Unfortunately, evidence to support this tale is yet to be found. Still, Ebisuga Oka shares many cultural similarities with those of other hidden villages, and it is my belief that this tale is true. According to other local legends, the soldiers who fled here vowed to exact revenge on the Minamoto clan and restore the Taira clan to its former glory. Upon swearing this oath, they buried the sword of their deceased leader at the base of the great tree that serves to protect this land. It'd be a historical breakthrough if we could find that sword. Interesting. Huh. Hi, Paige, bark bark my might. Have the vinyl albums for Sonic Adventures 1 or 2. I love that. I love that for you. Now, I'm gonna be so honest. I half want to play Sonic Adventures for the Chow Garden. I also want to play a bunch of the Final Fantasies as well.
But I bet it used to be pretty impressive at one point.
Eventually I'll get around to the Final Fantasies. So one of my goals this year, I made a whole like little bingo sheet with various content related goals for the year. One of my goals, straight up, is to try and finish 9 games next year. Because chat, I think I beat like 6 this year. I think despite the fact that I stream like 20 hours a week pretty much minimum, outside of special occasions and times when I'm forced to take days off due to illness and whatnot. I finished like 6 games this year. I'm too busy yapping. I'm too busy yapping to play the fucking video game. It's not even because you guys keep distracting me, it's just because I can't keep my fucking mouth shut. I love not shutting up for hours at a time. I love not shutting my goddamn fucking mouth. Yeah, it gives good engagement, literally, exactly. Like I know the yap is what people come here for. It's what a lot of my outside of here content is centered around, and like it's what I enjoy most, being perfectly honest. I just like talking, and the fact that people enjoy listening to me talk and think that the things I have to say are insightful, I'm glad for. That is all I could ever fucking ask for. But no, I literally just never finish games because I'm too busy talking. I wouldn't have it any other way. Well, actually, I would love to just straight up stream more so I could both yap and finish games at the same time. Someday. The first time I introduced you, you stated you refused to shut your mouth, quite literally. You want me to shut up? Fucking make me. Take that however you fucking please. I want to scope out the outside before I head in.
Shoo! Partner! It's me!
There's a truly chilling quote from one of the enforcers of the White Terror that said we would rather kill 100 innocents on accident than let one communist escape, and that shit fucking is terrifying. Fuck fascists. Oh, this is a lovely little lake. If only it wasn't surrounded in all of this, like, drab fucking horror. It's a lovely lake. We love streamers who yap about what they love. I love not shutting the fuck up. It's interesting. God, I love how well built out the environments in this game are. I love how detailed and built out these environments really fucking are. Front door keys to Shu's house. Hinako began complaining of headaches in middle school. When I tried pinpointing their root cause, things always seemed to come back to stress arising from her poor relationship with her father. In other words, she's suffering from tension headaches. I first recommended she use over-the-counter medicine, but soon she started asking for them more and more often. I don't like the thought of Hinako developing a reliance on such drugs, so I switched her to traditional Chinese medicine that uses kudzu root and peony, as it should put less of a strain on her body. Now I need to look into kudzu root and peony. Okay, okay. What's the deal with kudzu root and peony? Right, kudzu root. Tell me about you. Also called Japanese arrowroot. Trailing vine often grows over other plants and trees. I know we've talked about kudzu before. For over 2,000 years, people have used kudzu in traditional Chinese medicine for purposes like treating fevers, diarrhea, even diabetes, and heart disease. In its raw form, resembles other root tubers. The plant resembles poison ivy. Important to know how to identify it correctly. Interesting. Uses an herbal supplement or root tea. May reduce alcohol dependence. Interesting. Liver damage, alleviate menopause. Reduce inflammation, promote heart health. Interesting. Okay, lots of potentials here. I don't know, of course, the legitimacy of any of this, but interesting. Enjoy the Lurglin, bark by my bites. Interesting. Yeah, traditional medicine that's supposed to cure alcohol addiction and liver damage. I am seeing. Hello, Nia Cubs. How have you been? Bark by bites. All I know about kudzu is that left unchecked it'll take over everything. I'm trying to remember why it's so familiar to me. Is that one of our invasives here? One second. Yes. Okay. Kudzu is highly invasive here in Florida. That's why I'm so familiar with it. Yeah. Happy 6 months. Thank you. I appreciate it. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Yeah, it is one of our invasives here in Florida, and apparently the entire Southeast. Understood. That explains why I've heard the name before. And then peony, which vaguely familiar with peony as well. I want to look to see if they're doing any kind of interesting, like, symbolism shit here. So I'm very, very curious. Peony, anti-inflammatory, analgesic, anti-spasmodic. Interesting. Might block chemicals that cause pain and swelling. Okay. Alright. Because you said Florida, I want public subs. Suffer. I am a Floridian. Florida has been my home my whole life. I care very deeply for this place. Yeah, I've definitely seen that all over the Everglades, unfortunately. Interesting. Found a scientific paper suggesting kudzu root may indeed have some minor cardiovascular effects which reduce tension in tension headaches. Okay, fascinating. I left 6 years ago. I've never planned on leaving this state, I'll be perfectly honest. I will die here before I let fascists take my fucking home away. That said, I know the real reason she comes around so often isn't just because she's looking for medicine, but for a place to air her grievances about her father. As my grandmother always said, you can greatly improve the flow of someone's chi simply by listening to their troubles and empathizing with them. Hinako was thrilled with the medicine I gave her and said it worked wonders, but the truth is it wasn't the medicine alone. I want to hear out all her troubles and concerns. I mean, that's my job as her partner, right?
I guess I'll wait for the two of them inside the house.
Interesting. Think of the hydrate, old man Windbreaker. How are you? I want to go back, but my spouse wants to be closer to their family for a bit longer. Understandable. I hope that eventually you get the opportunity to return. I believe the state is a fucking wonderful place. I think Florida is so unique in its ecology and the culture around here, which is part of why I so vehemently defend it. There are genuinely, I believe, few places like it. Woke up in an ungodly hour, I had to get what to do. I mean, you could try to go back to bed. It cures alcoholism just by making alcohol deeply unpleasant. Okay, how? I want to know the biochemical, like... What is it doing in the brain or body or whatever the fuck? How is it impacting our cells and neurons here? That's actually fascinating. I assumed it was like just in some way inhibiting the how do I say inhibiting something that causes the feeling of addiction. Huh. Making hangovers worse by increasing acyl... So assay... Oh my god, can I fucking pronounce things? Acetyldehyde production. Interesting! Okay. Terrifying. Oh, hello there. Damn the way they textured that bruising. What was that? A dangerous path. For whom do I tread such a treacherous path? I think the one thing I caught, it was wearing a robe, and I couldn't catch what style of robe. That's fascinating. Hello, Jester. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Why am I just noticing he has a bird tied up in the center of his robe? That is such symbolism. Holy shit.
Here we perform 3 rituals.
Run. Hurry. There's no going back. Oh, God, the symbolism and imagery in this game is fucking incredible. Was our sleeve torn last time we were in here?
But I feel that you were with me.
Did you hear the Silent Hill devs want to take the series to other international locations? I feel like that is the like logical, given all of the lore they've established, the right way, I think, to continue to progress Silent Hill. I think the move to make Silent Hill more of a phenomenon rather than a thing inhabiting a specific town, as they've kind of abandoned the cult imagery and cult lore, was the right choice. I do miss the cultish shit of Silent Hill proper, but... Hello, Mizotaku. How are you doing? Barbara bye bye. Doing well. We are playing some Silent Hill F, vibing, yapping, causing some problems, as we're off to do around here. Okay, so there's... I want to see what's going on at the end of this hallway, because I feel like he was further down when he turned. Nothing to interact with, though. Huh. I didn't like that sound. Did not like that sound. Did specifically mention Russia, Italy, as well as Central and South America. Listen, I'm here for it. I'm absolutely here to see the Silent Hill devs like take this series in new directions. I think like Silent Hill F and A Short Message have both been very interesting expansions on what Silent Hill like as a series can be. And like I said, like you can only tell so many stories in one town. They've more or less abandoned the cult lore of Silent Hill itself. I think turning Silent Hill again into a phenomenon was a smart move. And I think there's a lot of interesting places where they could play around with culture, with the specific kinds of cultural griefs that we carry, or influences that make us the people that we are. So much of this is like constructed of the culture we grow up on, the social pressures that are on us, and I could see them doing some really interesting things, exploring the social pressures and cultures and the mythologies of different times and places. Family physician's log, February 10th. I received reports that the patient will sometimes make strange sounds, then try to get on all fours and crawl around me. That's what I do when I'm alone. That's what I listen. You know what? We do have a cryptid here. Chat. How many of you guys have heard of the swamp cabbage man, also known as the skunk ape? I like to call him the swamp. He's most commonly known as the skunk ape, but I like to call him the swamp cabbage man. We do have a cryptid here. We do have a cryptid. We have a cryptid. Now I need to explain the fucking swamp cabbage man. Of course. Who would I be otherwise? It is basically the Florida equivalent of Bigfoot. Large and hairy human-like mythical creature purported to inhabit the forests and swamps of the southeastern United States, most notably in Florida, often compared to or synonymous, or called the cousin of Bigfoot. Apparently he smells terrible, and there's like, you know, obviously it's a tourist attraction basically dedicated to him. Bipedal human or ape-like creature covered in molted reddish-brown hair, often reported to be smaller in stature compared to the traditional depictions of Bigfoot, named for its foul odor, often described as being similar to that of a skunk. What did I come into? Welcome to the swamp cabbage man, also known as the skunk ape. Smiles. Hello, Jikage. Hope you're doing well. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Why did you have that prepared so quickly? Because I'm not normal. welcome to the one cryptid we have here in Florida. Also, Vivi, if you learned anything interesting when skimming that paper, I would be happy to hear it. This is the one cryptid that Florida has. This is all we've got. But, honestly, I'm gonna be real, it's a pretty mid one. It is a pretty mid cryptid. It's not even a cool one. Oh dear god, my model is chugging whenever the game is not in focus. Jesus Christ. Is my model chugging that bad when I'm gaming? Yeah, we don't have Mothman here, I'm sorry. I have received reports that the patients will sometimes make strange sounds, then try to get on all fours and crawl around. Housemaids who served the family for many years whisper among themselves, speaking of so-called fox possession. It's literally just me. It's literally just me. That's literally just me in real life. I'm sorry. I feel like if anyone did a case study on me, this is what it would fucking read like. I've scolded them for spreading such unscientific, superstitious rumors. Hello, U.S. Department of Gay Affairs. Also, hi, Tiger Faye. Today, I was ordered to keep silent about this matter by the head of the house. The family has denied my request to transport them to a hospital. I wonder if it is out of fear that the talk of the supernatural would tarnish the family's reputation. However, I do not expect the patient's conditions to improve with in-home treatment alone. Hello, Darkwood Rider. We're doing quite well. I am basically stocked on healing items right now because I'm playing on easy mode. Because you can't make me play hard video game. I don't want to. I'm scared. I saw his lantern over here. Oh, I don't like how many doors there are. Okay. Thriving and chiving. Not sure if I told you, worst case scenario, I'll tell you again, but got a new tablet. Congratulations! Was that a Christmas present? I hope everyone had a very, very lovely holiday, whatever it is you celebrate, and whoever you spent it with, I do hope it treated you very well. The holidays are a very rough time of year for a lot of people, I recognize that. I hope that it wasn't too difficult or unkind to any of you. I don't like this. Where are you? Oh, there you are. I hope. Oh, these guys are gonna just fucking wake back up. Delicious. Okay. Kudzu tea. Do I have anything around here I can investigate? No good, it won't budge. Okay. My spouse banished me to the mountains of Idaho. I see my parents for a week during the holidays. Aw, rest in peace. What's Idaho like? Idaho feels like one of those places where nothing happens. No offense to Idaho. What the fuck happens in Idaho? Do not like you. Not a fan. Let me try this door down here. I also don't like that I haven't found a save point. That's not very reassuring. We do have the stairs off to the side. But I don't really know, like, what my objective is right now. Okay. I don't like that they're gonna revive on me. Can I interact with either of you? Not currently. Okay. Cannot interact with the statues right now. Fun. It's a traditional red state, most people don't really care as long as people leave the land ecosystems alone. Interesting. Definitely very different kind of place than what I'm used to. Huh. Submissive things happen in Idaho occasionally. Just occasionally. Just every now and then. Just occasionally. Nah, I hope you all had a wonderful, wonderful time. I literally spent my Christmas high in voice chat with a couple of my friends. Didn't go out or do anything or have any plans, but I think that was for the best for me. I have certainly needed time as of late to just exist. There's been a severe lack of just existing time in my life recently. So, you know, a little bit of weed and some good friends. And then a couple days after, I was very lucky to have the opportunity to go see one of my closest friends in person. I for the first time in a year, and it was quite lovely. Okay, I don't think any of these doors are gonna open, actually. I think that's the conclusion I'm coming to. I think all of these doors are just bullshit and we need to go down the stairs. Interesting. The week of Christmas has brought me really fucking close to crashing out. I'm sorry to hear and I hope things get better. Like I said, I know it's a really hard time of year for a lot of folks. I think the best sometimes we can hope for is just the opportunity to chill and exist. Ad will be hitting soon, I do apologize folks, but hey, we're here with Riven. Hello, follow maxing, bye. Only place on the internet where yes, decent cishet people exist has ever been said, I think. Hey, I appreciate the cishet folks in my audience. Listen, if a cishet person is chill enough to like respect my identity and enjoy my content, I think they're like about as top tier as cishet folk can get, you know? If the cis-pet people in this space like listening to an anarchist talk about fucking politics and be loud and queer, I think that's a win. I think those are the good cishets. Okay, I think this is the way we go. Alright.
We have arrived. Hinako.
Yes,
Oh, I didn't like that.
I'm coming.
Interesting with the... There's one candle out. Just a singular one. Up or down, chat? Actually, they're both up. Never mind. Parents are very respectful cishet individuals, especially considering those came out straight. Hey, I'm glad you have a supportive family. That's the best any of us can hope for. Not really into politics, but I'm cishet. I like watching people play video games. You know what? That's fair. I like yapping. The fox is removing a woman's face. Ooh woo. That reminds me of the fucking times I have one friend who every now and then jokingly calls me misogynistic for the fact that I am very intimate. Thank you for the hydrate, Reggie. I appreciate it. Bark bark my mind. Oh, I fucking don't like that. Oh, there's a lot of enemies up here. You. Fuck you. Thank you for the hydrate, Sky. I appreciate it. Okay. No clue what we're looking for up here, but we'll figure it out. Thank you for the hydrates, everybody. Do you reckon it would be good or bad to use your voice? In the first ever video for my YouTube channel, friends say that other voice in my first ever video, even for a second, is bad. I don't think so necessarily. I don't think that's inherently a bad thing, and I give my permission. Just credit me. I guess. My first like proper YouTube video contained interviews with like fucking 6 people. This stream was brought to you by the Iron Hands Legion. The flesh is weak, but iron serves eternally. Fuck you, Reggie. Fuck you. Why are you drowning me? Oh, no worries, follow maxing. Do what you gotta do. You take care of yourself. All the best. Bark bark, bite bites. No, I want to find out what's in that room, actually. Nothing of note in here? Oh, there is something. It's just a regular item. Okay, cool. Delicious. I don't really have anything to get rid of for that. Huh. Interesting. Oh, I'm sure people have Reggie. I'm not questioning it, I've seen too
By
much.
your side.
I see.
Interesting. That's the same arm that grabbed us earlier. Okay, one sec. I feel like I have to pay attention here. There are things happening on my screen. Oh. Wait, oh. Oh no? Oh! Are they... Heavy trigger warning for a lot of things in this game. Abuse, alcoholism, complicated themes around misogyny, and apparently dismemberment. Hello, Sun Glutton. This is... Thank you for those in chat who are trying to keep others safe. It is appreciated. I was wondering about the character design choice with the arm. This makes a lot more sense now. That, oh.
I am proud of you, Hinako.
Thank you.
Hi, host. Holy shit. I don't know how much this scene freaked me out. No, I firmly believe it. That was fucking beautiful and terrifying. This is the kind of shit I love in horror. This is the kind of shit I love. Apologies for my quiet as I'm breaking it all in, chat, but holy shit.
It does. Let's do the next one.
If you wish to move on,
I feel
No worries. Welcome on in, T. Christ. This is Silent Hill F. For those who did look away, just to describe what happened in as vague detail as possible, we just witnessed our main protagonist, chop her arm off. And I'm trying to kind of take in, breathe in the symbolism happening here.
beautiful.
I mean, we were told something about sacrifices. And that is certainly, I mean, what just occurred. Sacrificing a part of ourself. But Christ. If anyone needs a breather after that, do what you gotta do. The little heart symbols on the art. One moment. Oh, that is sinister. That is beautifully sinister. For those who have not kept up with or been very in tune with the themes of this game, much of the game centers around that kind of cusp between girlhood and womanhood, as well as with marriage as a loss of the self, as a type of death. It is about the roles a woman is cast into, particularly when getting married, as a type of death of the self, and that is an incredibly deep and poignant theme. One that I would say I've related to for a lot of my life. Yeah, if anyone needs a moment to breathe, do what you need to do, take care of yourself. But that is, for me, I find shit like this beautifully cathartic. I love when a horror game forces me to look at the worst of humanity, or at, incredibly dark, poignant themes in a way that, leaves me sick to my stomach. I love being made to look at a monster of a person with understanding. And I love when a game gives me catharsis. This is catharsis for me. This is catharsis for me. Need a bit of grounding, but doing better than I thought I would. I'm glad. Take care. Absolutely gorgeous, but I understand others can see the beauty in it. For me, I absolutely see the beauty in it. I think I forgot to give my whole content warning spiel before this, and I'm not sure if any of my mods pinned the content warning message. I normally try to give content warnings before games like this because it can be very intense. I love this shit. But I'm 5'10", U.S. Department of Gay Affairs. Enemies that have been rendered inanimate will reanimate after a period of time. Using the fox arm, hold A near enemies who have been rendered inanimate to use soul siphons to prevent enemies from reanimating. Enemies killed using the fox arm's focus attack will not reanimate. Interesting. I don't know if there's a limited number of times that we can do that. Oh. I don't know how many of you are catching or reading that dialogue happening at the bottom of the screen. if you did not catch it, she said that she was herself no longer. Something about proving herself. Oh my god, this game. No, and I appreciate the folks in chat who are providing warnings for things like that, as well as making sure others are safe. Honestly, I really appreciate Druid, the like, hey, if you need to look away, I'll tell you when it's over thing. That's beautiful. Noted the arms kind of dragging around in the animations. I did not notice that, but I appreciate you pointing that out. Holy shit. Yeah, our inventory is still full. And we have the strength needed to lift a lot of these things now. So we'll make our way back across, I suppose. But it's not lit this time. So are we not going up? Is this not the correct path? I don't know where the second ritual chamber is. Huh. We do have doors that weren't accessible beforehand that are now? Interesting. I definitely see this in our own way when it comes to the concept of loss of self when it comes to marriage. Having the idea of manhood and husbandhood forced onto us the idea of this abusing, self-loathing, self-destructive monster. I think a lot of that, I've offered this particular hot take before. I think that in modern society we do very much struggle to conceptualize like healthy ideas of what masculinity can be. And I think that's unfortunate. I think it is a flaw that we struggle to conceptualize what a healthy masculinity could look like. This is obviously not an attack towards anyone in chat for whom, like, you know, masculinity was bad for you. Totally chill. Engage with gender however best pleases you. But I think, like, on a general cultural level, we very much struggle to conceptualize what a healthy masculinity could look like, and I would like to see, as a culture, we work on that. They give the curse of Scuffturley and Barber by Might. Because I believe that that like manhood and boyhood can be healthy things. I think, like, okay, I've noticed in a lot of the conversations I've had with other trans people that like people struggle to put words to boyhood particularly, and I think a lot of that comes down to, in part, among many things, like that struggle to conceptualize what a healthy masculinity can look like. And I think that's a problem we face particularly in the queer community, the one that I would like to see us more broadly address. Huge part of our journey to healing our relationship with masculinity, your contribution to that has been amazing, and I'm glad. I'm glad it can be. It is, as a husband, there's an unhealthy look at how we're supposed to conduct and exist. Have a wonderful spouse who does not support the typical view of traditional husband or masculinity. Oh. A video essay that I will want to make eventually. Because, okay, I released I Don't Regret Girlhood, and I've had a lot of people ask me if I would ever make a follow-up talking about, like, boyhood and basically telling a similar narrative from a more trans men perspective, and I don't think so, entirely because that's not my place to speak. I made I Don't Regret Girlhood, and while I wanted to talk more on other lived experiences in it, I ended up cutting them because one, I just didn't have the time to cover them before the deadline, but also I don't think that's my place to speak. That's not my story. That is someone else's story to tell. But I do think a video that I want to eventually make is one talking about what it means, like how do we conceptualize a healthier boyhood slash manhood, etc. uh, in our modern culture. I don't want to create a video trying to explain an experience that is not mine, but I do want to talk about what it might mean to conceptualize a healthier ideal and conception of masculinity. Thy lovely silver arm grows strong, thy figure no longer mortal but divine. Unto thy limb is the power of purification been bestowed. Grace us now with thy newfound strength. We should work on it, but humans won't. We never do. I don't think that's true. I think that that ignores the fact that humanity has made massive swaths of shift towards the better culturally, and that there's potential for far more growth. It just requires continual work. And yes, we are currently in an era where we are seeing a backslide, but that is not permanent. I disagree with the idea that people are not going to change. Look at the state of civil rights 100 years ago versus today. Sure, it is imperfect. Oh, hello. I hate this guy. Steals your soul. Steals your soul. Fuck you. I hate him. No, I think that humans have done a lot to push us in a better direction. If you look at like the last 100 years, sure, racism is still a thing that exists, and there is absolutely still systematic issues of inequality. But you also can't pretend it hasn't gotten meaningfully better. Same with a lot of other cultural issues. We are in an era of backslide right now, but that is not permanent. I do believe that humans are well-intentioned and capable, or not necessarily well-intentioned, but I do believe that like humanity is capable of making great swaths of change. It's just that cultural shifts are complicated and come and go. Ultimately, things will work out for the better. It'll just take a while. Hee. Kills you with my arm. This is what you'll become. God, I fucking hope not. It may be backslide and people are actively clawing to make the backslide stop. Exactly. Like, I do believe that, that humanity is capable of good and capable of change, and to say that humans will never put the effort in and put the fight in to better themselves in a grand scheme, I think ignores the cultural change that has been made just in the last 100 years. When I was growing up, I remember an era where being gay was a lot more likely to get you harassed in public, and sure, there are a loud minority of people who are still trying to be fucking dicks and take rights away, but like we've seen a massive shift where we live in an era where the majority of people, you know, believe that gay people are normal and have the right to exist, and that wasn't the fucking case. Even like 30 years ago. Alright, we are like, oh shit! Anyone who is not in a space for gore, please make sure look away, mute the stream if you need to. I imagine there will be a good deal less blood in this particular scene, but look away if you need it. Mute the stream if you need it. Druid will let you know when it is over. Oh, the level of detail in that, Christ.
You've done well.
This is sickeningly beautiful.
The ritual is complete. You have done very well.
The arm and the branding are
The
such
next ritual shall be
interesting
the last.
choices. Huh. Those are such interesting choices. Interesting. Yeah, okay, for anyone who is uncomfortable with blood, probably put a warning, like, you can visibly see the brand, on her body. So if that is too much, do take care, do what you need to do, but the active, you know, of it happening is over. Thank you for the stretch, it's appreciated. I don't think it's because of sexualization necessarily. I think it's more just a matter of where else on the human body are you going to put a brand that large. Typically you like brand an animal on their flank, and it's not a super visible spot for humans without like very quickly drifting into NSFW territory. I think it might just, it's not I don't know if it's necessarily on the back for any particular reason. Oh, the animalistic behavior on display. But I don't think it is necessarily on the back for any particular reason. It's that the fact that that is a big swath of flesh, which is relatively flat and therefore kind of, for lack of a better term, optimal for branding. But brands are a, you know, symbol of ownership. You brand something because it belongs to you, you don't want it to be stolen. The Kutsu Zeal will fill up as you use Soul Siphon or attack enemies. Once it's full, you can use that to awaken your bestial form. Huh. I think it's also interesting that we fought the pregnancy monster right before this. Enemies that have been defeated using your bestial form will not reanimate. While attacking using RB, you can unleash a devastating attack with the right trigger. Holding down the attack for longer will allow you to deal even more damage. The Kutsu Seal will fill up as you use Soul Siphon or attack enemies once it's full. Okay. One sec. While in your awakened form, you can perform a counter using right trigger so long as counter is possible, even if you are already in the middle of an attack. Use left stick, right stick while in your bestial form to revert the fox arm to its normal state. Huh. I want to grab these before they reanimate. Like, the fact that we fight the pregnancy monster right before this could be more about, the ways in which pregnancy is kind of both a permanent responsibility you now bear, but also a, like, permanent marker on your body, or at the very least it has a cultural kind of stereotype of being so. I One thing I've always hated about misogyny, there's so many things I hate about misogyny, I want to be perfectly clear when I say this, but one particular thing that's always especially fucking bothered and pissed me off is the way society treats women like they are ruined once they have fulfilled their purpose of having a child. Like, oh, you've had a child and now you can never be sexually fulfilling again. Oh, Mr. Gracious Streamer Boy, can you tuck me in to read me a bedtime story? The bedtime story is going to be horrific. Would you rather be contracted to a god of time or a god of space? What does that entail? What does a contract to a god entail? Alright. We have a downstairs path we can take here. Interesting. We'll see what's down there real quick. Fuck you. I hate you. Yeah, symbol of ownership. Yeah, I mean, branding is a symbol of ownership. That's more or less what it functions as. Yes. Interesting. So that brings us back to we can save here real quick, I suppose. Might as well. But that brings us back here. The map is definitely a tiny bit confusing. I mean, there doesn't necessarily have to be. I do think it's literally just a matter of one, they want to bring your attention to it, so putting it on the back of the character where it's easy to see is kind of ideal, and two, the fact that it's a big swath of flesh, like where else are you gonna put a brand that big on someone's body? Like I don't think it necessarily I don't think the placement of it here particularly has much meaning. I could always be missing something, but I kinda doubt it. Find the final ritual chamber. There was a staircase up somewhere. Interesting. Letter from a woman. You really are shrouded in mystery. You understand exactly how I feel, even though we haven't seen each other in years. Are you simply reading me like a book, or am I feeling exactly what it is you want me to? Recently, I'm starting to think that I don't even know who I am anymore. Only the places that's not making that can be difficult. Yeah, and you won't be able to bring attention to it from the fact that it's literally on the back of the character model, you know? Is it just gonna be in the center? No. Okay, odd. The crest is Kutsu leaves, which is Fox Mask's family seal. Interesting. That is a very cool detail. Alright, there are a couple more doors we haven't gone through that we can investigate now. Yeah, and there's the one other staircase back there, but okay. But no, like we talked earlier about kudzu, it is a plant that will overgrow everything. And is heavily invasive in a lot of places for that reason. Which, I mean, that explains the kudzu symbolism very well there. That it is the, on the crest of Fox Mask's family, he is overgrowing, he is overtaking what Hinako is. I mean, he is overtaking Hinako's very side. Which I think is very beautiful, incredible use of symbolism, and also deeply fucking horrifying. I love it. God, I love horror games. I've talked before about how I think Silent Hill 3 is incredible for its handling of like a girlhood, femininity, womanhood, and the crust between them. Given how Silent Hill F is handling those same themes, I wouldn't even call myself impressed anymore. This is far more impressive than anything Silent Hill 3 threw at us. Even if they didn't mean it that way, I'm content finding my own meanings of symbolism within it. Fair enough. I don't know. Death of the author can be useful and fun, but also I do believe, like, there's a certain point wherein it is better just to take the symbolism as written. I think a lot of the how do I say, a lot of the symbolism in this game is relatively on the nose, at the very least once you notice it. Some of it can be a little bit hard to pick up on at first, but once you realize it's there, it's very on the nose. The game is banned in Australia. Unfortunate. It is a very beautiful game. Housemaid's note. However, the child she carried was unmistakably a descendant of the Tsunekis, and their blood lies in wait for tragedy to strike. It's only a matter of time before the child exacts their revenge. They believe the next time there's turmoil within the Tsuneki family, that child will make their move. Slightly restore health after defeating an enemy. Alright, where the fuck do I go from here? Maybe it is the big door up top? You take care, Monster Kicker, all the best. Bark bark my mine. I will say one thing I will say, is it just me, like, I don't know much about Australia and things that go on there, but I've noticed Australia is particularly bad in the realm of censorship. What the fuck is up with that? And can I say fuck Australia for that specific reason? They've been a very bad offender on the censorship front in recent years, and I'm disappointed in them for that. Very big, prominent sayer of the fact that that we should not be restricting the rights of adults, and especially the existence of art, for the fact that it might be disturbing for kids every now and then. for the fact that some of that art might be a little bit too much for some kids.
Final visual.
Interesting. I something about a game being a horror game being banned in Australia, and absolutely fuck that. Did you say Death of the Author? Not familiar with the concept proper. We'll have to look into it. Oh, really? Death of the Author is such a big piece of like general discourse these days. That surprises me. For those unaware, I suppose Death of the Author is a term used to describe cases wherein the lived experience or intentions of the author is disregarded for the sake of like other means of interpretation. There was a point in time where the primary means of analyzing media was through the lens of both just the written text itself and the author's life. So if the author wasn't around, the way you understood a work was entirely based on the text itself and the author's lived experience and what is known of the author. So, how do I say? The death of the author was kind of born in response to that movement, to express more of a laissez-faire, interpret as you, or interpret without regards to the author's specific life, or even intention kind of way of going about fiction interpretation. And I think Death of the Author can be, I've written something about this before. Give me 2 seconds. I have a video essay draft that I never finished, but I did write like 3K words for. How many words did I write for this? Yeah, about 3K words for. I never finished. And it does discuss Death of the Author, and I think the way that I discuss it in this, if I recall correctly, was relatively good. It's a video essay about Silent Hill 4 and my particular take on Silent Hill 4 The Room as a schizoaffective person. Because while Silent Hill 4 The Room is not a game about... So actually, the name of the video essay is Silent Hill 4 is never been more relevant, and it talks about how Silent Hill 4 is a game that hits different post-pandemic, that has become a inherently more relatable experience and is therefore given a entirely different like type of horror to its vibe, by the fact that now it is a more relatable experience to people, at least in the US. And it talks about the author in that regard, as well as how the game particularly interfaces with me as someone who is schizoaffective. I'm just gonna read directly from my script here, because fuck it. There's historically been a lot of discourse around the concept of death of the author, a term that is misused and thrown about haphazardly way too often in fandom spaces. Please stop. But I think there is still a meaningful conversation to be had here about whether authorial intent, something that is often unclear or unknown, should take precedent over a reader's engagement with an interpretation of the text, or movie, or game, or whatever. Because in the modern day, most stories are fixed, but the world around them, the people engaging with them, aren't. I think it's important to recognize that, much like language shifts to meet the needs of those speaking it, the ways we construct and interpret stories can, will, and does shift as we do. That stories, much like everything, exist within a cultural context that is anything but static. I am someone who places value in understanding the cultural context of a work or idea. I think there is merit in knowing how a work was shaped by the context it was created in, what the tropes and structures were common in the era, but cultural events and issues may have influenced its creation. And yes, sometimes it is worth peering into a creator's personal life, consensually, for that insight. But I also think there's a beauty in the ways our shifting societal values can create new interpretations, especially when those interpretations, and I never finished writing that sentence. Essentially So this is also less true these days. This is particularly, I think that was true in the like 90s, 2000s. But our media is a lot more fixed than it was in the past. When you publish something saved for, content updates and whatnot, or sure, we now live in an era with internet being commonplace, so especially with digital media, it's a lot easier to retcon or remove or change things. But I'm talking about like a past era where we pass down stories via oral tradition and whatnot. Our narratives are a lot more fixed in a cultural context that is moving and shifting faster than ever. Uh, Death of the author is disregarding author interpretation or author intent for the sake of personal interpretation, and I think there's merit in that. But I'm someone who really enjoys engaging with the cultural context of a work. Anyway. Now you all get to see what an in-progress video essay script looked like for me. Oh, where the fuck are you? Oh, fuck. Please don't kill me. Okay, okay. That wasn't too bad. I need to actually go back to that video essay one of these days because I think it's one of the more interesting concepts that I've worked on and one of the most developed ideas I've approached. But a lot of work still to be done with it, and it's something I specifically want to release around like Halloween, so probably next year. Oh god, my frames. My frames! My poor, poor frames! Yep, very likely about to see some triggering content here, chat. If you need to, please do look away, take care of yourselves first and foremost. Take a breather, take care of yourselves. If it's over quickly, Druid will let you know. Oh no. Oh, this might be fine. Oh, it's not gonna be fine. Oh, it's not gonna be fine. Oh, it is not gonna be fine. The controller rumble in that moment. I am entranced right now. I am absolutely entranced. Thank you for the hydrate, Wookiees. Oh, the little hearts on the like tassels of the robe. Oh my god. Congrats on finishing your first campaign. It's a loss of the self. A surrender of it. This game is fucking stunning in its horror. Holy shit.
You have endured incredible agony. That was brave of you, Hinako.
Thank you, B702. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. We are officially 6 months on HRT and we are fucking winning. I'm actually trans mask. Which I think is really funny. I am trans mask. I'm on testosterone, but hey, I appreciate it nonetheless. This is not the first time this has happened. You are not alone in this.
No more pain
This-
or suffering to be had.
This happens to me a lot. No, you're fine. I find it hilarious.
No more pain or suffering to be had. I will.
Oh, the stitching. Sorry, we're in the middle of a horror game right now and it's quite intense, but
Very good.
I do find it very, very funny
That's
how often people on the internet, especially other trans people these days, assume that I am trans femme. I am in fact trans mask. But I get this a lot. I literally made a video talking about like my experiences. So my 4-month on HRT video is basically me going, here's some weird things HRT has done to me. And I include a note in it about how like I have had multiple trans femme people ask me for voice training tips. And I literally had a comment on that video being like, I was about to ask you for voice training tips before you said that. Alright, chat. Welcome back. The horrors have ended, presumably. Doesn't all of them experience what she just did, though? To some extent, yes. Oh my god, that is beautiful in its intensity. Alright, we've escaped the horrors, we've escaped the cutscene. Hope you have a good time zone. A good time, or hand manitizer if you use gel, I appreciate it. It does mean quite a bit. I appreciate the love and support. Send Arrow my regards. Arrow's a friend of the channel. They are quite lovely. And also a bastard.
You have braved so much.
But no, it genuinely fucking
The others
happens
might test.
very frequently.
Oh shit.
Thank you for the follow, I appreciate it as well. I've had people like on r/transbians post me as like voice goals. I've had a lot of people incorrectly come to the assumption that I am trans femme, and I do find it quite funny. There's no insult taken at it. It's a genuine easy mistake to make, and I recognize my voice is in that very neutral space. It's hilarious to me. I'm not coming off as cishet, and that's a win. I take no insult in people assuming. In any case. Mask of the Fox Clan. You are now able to see secrets concealed with the Dark Shrine using the mask from the Fox Clan. Hold left trigger to use focus mode to discover hidden paths and clues at certain locations. Interesting. Oh, waiter, thank you for the water. I will hydrate. The liquids, they go inside my body. If you spot a suspicious looking area in the Dark Shrine, use focus to take a good look around. Huh. Not what I wanted. Oh, that is terrifyingly beautiful. I love that. And I'm guessing we are headed up towards the big area with the 2 statues. That makes sense to me. Alright, alright, alright. I'm sure I'm missing a ton of secrets if I leave here right now. Should I? No. You know what, actually, looking at the map, I don't think I'm missing all too much. I don't think I'm missing all too much. I'm gonna kill him.
You are breathtaking.
I love Fox Mask. He's terrifying and I'm gonna kill him. I love there are safer ways to be a furry than this. I adore there are safer ways to be a furry. The one thing I'm stuck on is why specifically the arm. That's the one thing I don't quite grasp.
Behold, the others are celebrating us.
Silent Hill certainly has mastered the art of the long, dark hallway. When I was playing this, at one point I joked, what if this is Representative Fox Mask making Hinako put on the fursuit of their wedding night because he's a furry? I mean, listen, if he is, no shame. No shame. Man can like what he likes. I won't judge. Notice how the women's masks have used their faces, but the men's are. Oh, shit. I appreciate you pointing at the little things that I miss because I'm too busy being a yapper. Thank you, BB. It might just be a reference to hand in marriage, perhaps. Actually, that kind of makes perfect sense. Oh my god. This has definitely been my favorite segment of the game thus far. I definitely prefer the Dark World areas, even just mechanically. Remember, your name is Shimizu Hinako.
Today is such a happy, perfect day. So happy. Because today, Hinako will die and be gone for good!
Rico, I'll die. I'll be gone for good. Just like you want me to. I swear. So forget all about me. Just live and be happy.
I will pursue you! I will scour every last trace of your name from my memory and the world! I want you gone!
My name name is Shimizu Hinako!
Ad's about to hit in about 30 seconds, so do apologize, chat. Holy shit.
I never wanted this. I never wanted to see you like this, Rinko. I didn't fool you about anything.
Items. Take some painkillers. Who the fuck are you? Who the fuck are you? Soul siphon. Give me your soul. Okay. And this fight is fascinating. Okay. I'm playing on the easy difficulty, it's fine. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine, everything's fine. Jesus. Okay, so I'm guessing these are here to help me activate my, my, like, super powerful fox abilities. Just let me activate my fox powers, please. Thank you very much. And now if I do power... Yes. Super powerful fox time. Ground around me, it's fine. Okay. And oh my god. Alright, this is... Holy shit.
I never wanted to see you like this, Rinko. But I'm
Holy shit.
very happy that in the end, we finally got to tell each other how we truly feel.
Sorry for everyone who was caught in ad jail during that.
The name Shimizu
Unfortunate timing.
means nothing to you. I hope you find peace,
Would a fox symbolize bears usually body strength? I mean, foxes appear very frequently in Japanese mythology, which is, you know, the primary mythos this game is based in. Anywhere from tricks, well, oftentimes tricksters. Tricksters is actually extremely common, but they are cunning tricksters, which oftentimes like embody the or take on the forms of people.
You are Hinako, of course!
Am I?
You are Hinako!
Yes. I am Shimizu Hinako. Or not.
Yeah, messengers of the gods as well. I think the fox god that they kind of established in the mythos here is also a god of marriage. But very specifically in the context of Japanese mythology, yeah, they're messengers of the gods, but they're also frequently tricksters taking human form. I plucked wings, anything for you. Oh my! That is good shit right there. That is good shit right there. But this is a game that is very specifically interested in Japanese mythology and folklore, as well as culture in Japan. Thinking of the Hydrate Lament, I appreciate it.
Hinako?
Mom?
Please come home. Dinner's ready for you.
Hinako, time is running out. How much longer will you stay here?
Shit. Hello, Arroya Singularity. It has been a while. How have you been?
Nice to see you, Hinako.
Something doesn't feel right. You don't seem like your usual self.
I feel
This
the
is
same.
our sister.
The Hinako I know is still just a little girl.
For those who missed it, we fought one of our childhood friends to the death so that she would forget that we exist and go on to be happy with her life.
The fact that you're alive
This is our sister
means
Junko.
you've made it here, yet you're still lost all the same. I've already told you countless times. This will be the last time I repeat myself. You must decide your future. It doesn't matter what anyone else says. The decision is yours, and yours alone. But please, remember this one thing. You can't think about it forever. You're running out of time to choose. And if you were anyone else, your time would have run out long ago.
Junko!
Lifing overall well, with a few less than pretty bumps, but gotta keep moving. Hey, that's how life goes sometimes. I'm proud of you persisting nonetheless. So that was our sister Junko.
Rinko!
Wearing a mask not dissimilar to the one that was seen at our own marriage. I do want to check our journal, because there's definitely been some updates. Nothing gets on my nerves more than other people trying to make decisions for me. Even if what they're saying is right, it just rubs me the wrong way. I'd rather make 100 mistakes on my own than follow someone else's commands. But that can make for a lonely life, one where I refuse to listen to anyone else. I want to become the kind of person who truly listens to what others have to say. Of course, it'll still be up to me whom I listen to. And that will be someone I can trust, someone who will walk alongside me hand in hand. However, making long lists of things I hate is just a way of running away from the real issues I have with my inner self. I have to step up and face what's inside of me, even if I don't like what I see. Being able to take my time and carefully think things through before making a decision is what is most important to me. Want to wait for the cutscenes to pass, but read Death of the Author. I think I've been so used to being in a fandom where the creators not only make content with their own intended meaning, but also encourage others to find their own meanings to it. They then use some of those inspire the future works, rinse, repeat. I mean, yeah, that's a pretty common thing in like the modern day as well. But that is a modern concept. Junko always told me that the quickest way to happiness is to live the way society expects women to. Well, if there's a quick way to happiness, there must be other ways too. One time when I was little, Junko showed me how to find my way out of a maze in a puzzle book. There's no doubt that she showed me the quickest solution. Still, what I felt in that moment was nothing compared to the joy of figuring it out for myself. Also, what these art, I don't remember these arts being so gory beforehand. That is actually incredible in the growth there. He promised me everything I could ever want to be content, a life full of comfort for as long as I live, status that no one could look down on, and most importantly, endless love for me. But for all this, I will give him all of me. Body, mind, and soul. I will even give him what I fiercely protected my whole life, my will to make my own choices. From now on, I will let him decide everything for me and simply do as he says. This is what happiness means to me. I think it might have more to do with the previous Dark Shrine visit where we kind of like killed our friends. Monster does a large taiko drum inside its mouth. It swings around its large bocce drumstick-like arms and strikes the taiko to instill fear and command those bound to it. It tries to cancel out any noise with the sound of its voice and banging. That's how it's always been. A monster that has taken the form of a head priest. It sounds just like Rinko. Swinging around in Onusa's staff used for purification rituals, this creature is consumed by the fires of jealousy and remains surrounded by babbling puppets. There's no way Rinko is a monster like this, but this is her without a doubt. God. Anything else new? I knew it. The doll looks exactly like the one I thought I had gotten rid of that day. I'm sure it hates me for throwing it away and abandoning it. When all of this is over, I'll ask my mom for a way to put it to rest. Sakako says that the custom of putting old tools to rest is called the Tsutsuko Mogami faith. During the course of history, it somehow fused with the Inari faith, making it a special religious view of Ebi Sugaoka. The only shrine in town, Senensugi Shrine, as its name suggests, worshipping a 1,000-year cedar as its divine tree. After living to see 1,000 years, it was praised as divine. And then, once the divine tree turned to ash, it was time to worship the next oldest thing. Sakako reckons that it just so happened to be the moss-covered Inari statue. I send all love. Oh wait, was there good things shared in chat? Also, a competitive trans woman. I think I saw something about that singularity, and congratulations. I think I heard it through the grapevine. I am very proud of you. You are doing wonderful. Very, very, very proud of you. Was our do? I'd indicate if it was the word, but to share the fact it is scary. Coming out is a lot of authenticity and change, but I'm proud of you for taking the work to do so. You're doing wonderfully. I once heard there was a shrine in shambles near Shu's house, but I never knew it was here. Shu told me back then that there's treasures at the roots of the divine tree or something. Sakako once told me that this place is where the real Senensugi shrine is. Fascinating. So we need to make it to the Shimizumi residence. Oh, so back home. Our current objective. Home. My dad accepted immediately, just said he cared about me being happy. That's still me. That's very wonderful and an admittedly rare trait. I'm glad that you were lucky enough to have a family that is accepting. You don't see that often enough in my mind.
It's like you said, Junko.
I'm gonna be headed to bed. No worries, you take care, Druid. Thank you so much for the support, and for helping people out, during the little rough bits of imagery in the game. You take care of yourself. Hope to see you again sometime in the near future. It is for now just my dad. Could not trust my mother with anything. I hope that eventually you're able to, whatever way it goes. And I do wish you all the best in that. How do I say? There is, however, like, you don't have to come out. Coming out is not a thing that you ever have to do. Ooh, baseball bat. I love baseball bats. But like, you coming out is not a requirement. You don't need to come out at some specific point in your life. I'm proud of you for coming out in the ways that you have. Keep on fighting. You're doing absolutely wonderful. I hope that one day you're able to open up to your mother, but if not, that's okay. That is alright. I'm proud of you for what you've done already. You're doing absolutely wonderful. Keep on fighting. Do you want me to call you Aurora, or should I keep calling you? Because I'm in the habit of calling you Sing, or Singularity, but if you'd like me to start calling you Aurora, I can do my best. Might take me a little bit, to get used to, because I am a forgetful critter who talks to a lot of people on a daily basis, but I will do my best. Either works, understood. I want to do my best to respect folks and offer them the euphoria I can. We've yet to officially come out as trans, more so we changed it to circles where we can make it clear from the get-go. I mean, I think that's unfortunate, because you end up losing a lot of people when you live life like that, but I also understand why people take that route. I am very lucky that most of the people in my life... Well, okay. I was already some variety of queer by the time I met most of the people in my life, though there have been updates and shifts to my identity. And it is really funny, because I'm someone who went from, like, pure they, them to eventually using he, him pronouns as well down the road and whatnot. It's really funny interacting in the spaces where, like, despite the fact that people have gotten used to the fact that despite the fact that people know, people just kind of default to continuing to use purely they, them for me because they've just known me for so long. But that's about the closest I get to that. The majority of my current circles have known me as long as I've known. Or at the very least, in ways that I have been queer in some capacity. I've had the experience of coming out to people, but I suppose not to, like, the full extent. No, actually, I have. That's a lie. That's a lie, actually. The people we lost from doing that are not people we missed. That's fair.
My weapon's about to break.
I don't know. Maybe I'm an overly sentimental person. I began taking this medicine out of desperation. My first impression was that it smells of peaches and is faintly sweet. After taking it before bed for the past 3 nights, I had my first lucid dream. For the whole night, I was able to organize my thoughts in a pleasant darkness. Was this what the tales meant when they said the drug allows you to speak with your inner self? I've heard that taking vitamin B6 makes it easier to remember dreams. However, I'm sure its effectiveness depends on factors like dosage and body composition. At any rate, this has been a letdown so far. Interesting. Is that an actual thing people say about, like, vitamin B6? I've never heard that before, but I've also never tried it. The case with my mother is that she's not a good person, enough said. I mean, I'm of the mind that people can get better, and I want to see people get better, even if that doesn't necessarily mean keeping them in my life. But that's just my personal ideology, and that includes people who have done terrible things to me, but I recognize, again, that is not the majority of folks' ideologies. Not what I wanted. But it's fine. Okay. Come on. Here you go. There you go. Interesting. God, the dialogue is very punchy in some very interesting directions right now. My frames per second is kind of suffering though. FPS is like hovering around 20 to 25. Do the blobs count as creatures spitting them, or I think it's pregnancy, Darkwood Rider. I think it's very specifically supposed to be pregnancy. Okay. I thought the same, but after half a decade of her refusing to change and instead doubling down, tired of that thought process towards her. Again, I think it can be a situation of personally, I don't know. How do I say this? There are people who I never want to be a part of my life again. I still hope those people find the space to become better people, even if that means as far away from me as possible, and perhaps I have a little bit too much patience for the majority of folk. I am someone who I've been told I am overly patient and forgiving, and perhaps that's a flaw of mine, but I also believe it's kind of part of my nature as punk and leftist. And I know that can be a difficult thing to reckon with, but no, there's people who have done some terrible things for me, and I'm like, I hope they stay far fucking away from me, but I also hope that they become better people and live happy lives. I very, very much— oh, get out of my fucking face, Jesus Christ. I think both, like, as a person and as a content creator, I have very much been critiqued as being, you know, too forgiving to people. But I also, it's a trait that I value keeping. Hello, Hirachi VT. Thank you for the raid. Welcome on in. Let me make sure you get a shout out. I don't think any of my mods are around right now. Rare AE has no mods moment. But in any case, hello everybody. I'm Archivist, your oh god, my frames. Oh god, where did they go? In any case, hello, welcome on in, folks. I'm Archivist, your resident chaotic Enfield. I stream not retro games and do art here on twitch.tv. We're currently playing some Silent Hill F, which is not a retro game, but fuck you, I do what I want. Hope you're all having a wonderful evening. How was your stream, Hirachi? Everyone on my end, make sure you give Hirachi some love. We've been yapping a lot about the themes of this game. It's a lot to deal, like big content warning on this one. It is a lot to deal with misogyny, sexism, being forced into roles that are not yours. There's a lot of body horror. Please, if you need some food, some water, some rest, take care of yourselves first and foremost, but it's a pleasure to have y'all. Hope everyone's doing absolutely incredible. I'm happy to be your loud punk on the internet. Welcome on in to Talk TV, to Lilith Sailing, and to Lilin V Demon. What are we all up to tonight? Bark bark bite bite. We were also talking a little bit on like the nature of like forgiving people who have harmed you, even if you do not want anything to do with them. Because I'm very much someone of the kind of ideology of like, you know what? There's a lot of people who have fucked me over who I hope are never part of my life again. But I hope those people get better. As long as they stay far fucking away from me. And you know what? I think that is valid. Glad I caught you and congrats on 6 months. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yeah, we are actually 6 months on HRT as of today. And by we, I mean I. I started HRT. Testosterone specifically. I'm trans. Masculine pronouns are he, him, or they, them. I keep forgetting that I have to tell people that now because people cannot fucking tell anymore. But it's been a very, very wonderful experience. I'm proud of how it's going. I'm enjoying the progress. My voice is so smooth. Did some Silent Hill as well, doing New Game Plus. Hell yeah, how are you enjoying it? What's your take on the game? No spoilers, obviously, we're in our first playthrough right now. But I do hope you've been enjoying your time with it. Hee 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 hee. Can't wait to get on tea as well. I hope it treats you well. If you need any like tips, advice, insight, I am happy to offer it. At this point, you know, I've been on it for a while. I can't exactly like hand you a vial, but I know a thing or two about the process of both getting on it and the experience, so like happy to help out in any capacity that I'm able. Oh Jesus Christ, what are my frames? I apologize, folks. My fucking PC does not like this area of the game specifically. Dead. Fuck you. Eating this game up, enjoyed it despite the heavier topics. Oh, I love a good horror game that makes me face like the worst of people. That is my shit. That is my fucking everything. I love a game that leaves me questioning so fucking much. We will repair the baseball bat real quick. The process is a little tricky on my end of the world, so we gotta keep fingers crossed that we even get there. I hope you do. If it helps at all, I don't know where you are, but I'm out here in Florida, which is not a great place to try and, you know, access HRT or be trans, but the wonder of being in a place where it's hard to access is that there is a wonderful network of mutual aid where we are supporting each other and trying to make sure that we are able to access the resources that we need, and I would not have gotten on HRT this year were it not for the support of my local punk scene. God, 7 fucking months. Time passes. Time's not real. You can't convince me that fucking time is real. We are like nearly 6 hours into stream, so I'm a little bit eepy sneepy, but one of the first communities I've been in is here. Such a journey for us all. God bless you. Keep on keeping on, AE. Thank you. 2025 has been a hell of a year. It was the very end of 2024 when I escaped homelessness, and I'm really glad to be in the position that I am. I am a year now homeful with a roof over my head and whatnot. I am really incredibly lucky to be in the positions that I am in. And I'm really grateful for everyone and everything that's helped me get to this point. Hell, this past fucking year, I've gotten investigated by the FBI, I've gotten doxxed, harassed, I hit Twitch partner, I had multiple videos and pieces of media blow up. Like, we're kind of... Honestly, I'm not mad about any of it. Even the FBI situation, it's a very fun story, no regrets. Strict mother's letter. Good morning, my handsome boy. You're different from those delinquents who run around town. You have noble blood running through your veins. Of course, every child must play in order to grow, but I simply ask you choose wisely who you play with. You must think of me as awfully overbearing, but please respect my wishes while you are still young. For when you are grown up, you will be free to do as you please. Got some new games in the Steam Winter Sale? Ooh, fun. What did you pick up? We're glad to get a roof over your head. Indeed, I would not be able to stream otherwise. Streaming while homeless is pretty fucking hard. Tried it for a while. Not exactly easy. Would not recommend if you would be being homeless if you're an aspiring content creator. Kind of makes the whole deal a little bit harder, little bit more difficult. Christ. They keep hiding the enemies behind these buildings, and my urge to explore every corner for items despite the fact that my inventory is full keeps killing me. Doomed to 10 million enemy encounters by need to explore. Ooh, Christ! Where did you come from? You know what? You know what? We're running. I'm not fucking with you. Shh, fuck off, fuck off, fuck off, fuck off, fuck off, fuck off, fuck off. It's not what I wanted. Oh my god. I can imagine that my bad of homelessness was before content creation was a thing. Completely fair. Nah, I'm very grateful that I got out of homelessness as quickly as I did as someone for whom content creation is so important to me. Extremely grateful for the opportunities that have been granted to me by my audience and by just the desperate grind for survival. I'm extremely lucky to be in the positions that I am in.
Wait. This place is still untouched?
Got a bunch. The one I'm currently playing is called Not for Broadcast, kind of like Papers, Please, but you control the broadcast settings of a news TV station. Has oh, hello.
He's bleeding!
You take care, Aurora. All the best. Good night, good night, good night.
I'll go get a grown-up!
Calm down. It's just scared. That's all. It's okay. No need to be afraid.
Thumps.
You alright? That's a lot of blood. Gotta get you fixed up.
Thanks.
Are you alright? How dare it bite kids? Beat that thing to death!
I'm Koduyuki. What's your name?
I'm Hinako. Shimizu Hinako.
I didn't even remember that.
Oh. Poor critter. Grateful for that as well. The odd happenstance of being thrown at you during a raid. Well, fucking fate does interesting things to us, doesn't it now? The universe puts us in some interesting positions, but I'm grateful for them. Yeah, the animal did nothing wrong. Cornered animals bite. That is simply what they do. I say as someone who has been punished many times for being the cornered animal who bites. Never Broadcast is pretty cool. Only the second level so far. I'm glad you're enjoying.
Monsters now.
I'll be honest, I didn't buy much for myself this Steam sale. I mostly bought things for a few friends. I set aside like $50 and tried to get gifts for as many people as possible, and I only managed 6. There's a lot more people that I wished I could have gotten things for, but I did my best with what I had.
Not much further. Partner.
Fuck you, I'm ignoring you. Oh, fuck you. I want to save! Fine, I'll kill you. If it means I can save, I'll kill you. Okay, okay. Now you. Points, furry. He doesn't even need to be cornered to bite. This is so true. I just enjoy the act of biting. Can you blame me? Sinking my teeth into stuff is just an enjoyable time. A good, merry, good time. Let me... I do have... Yeah, the baseball bat's not working so hot. What happened to my... Huh? I don't know what happened to my other, steel pipe, but okay. It's gone, I guess. We're just gonna run for it. We're very close to home. Fuck you. Fuck you, 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 fuck you.
It's got my home too.
Can we get inside? Yes, we can indeed.
What's going on? The halls, the doors, everything's changed. Why is...
Interesting. Very, very interesting.
Hello?
Is this the Shimizu household? Hello! This is Okamoto Fisheries. Thank you for your continued...
Hello?
There's something to be said. I don't know, and I don't think necessarily this is what the game is trying to say with this. But it reminds me very greatly of one of the central points of Apes of the State's newest album. It has many songs wherein it talks about the feeling of visiting home and finding your home changed. About how a time away can make your home a new place, about returning to your hometown, to a place that used to be familiar. The light switch ain't where it used to be. It's a very evocative theme. And it's not necessarily one that I can relate to, at least not in a literal sense. There is absolutely something to be said for the ways that familiar places can shift when we are forced away from them for one reason or another. When home stops feeling like home. Confused what those fish guys on the phone were about? I am not sure. Yeah, like, I think if anything, this is symbolic of how Hinako, this is no longer her home, this is no longer her family. You know, she has become a member of another family, and therefore this is no longer her. She does not have ownership or belonging to this space. but it evokes for me those feelings of coming back to a home after a time away and finding it changed, which I think is a theme that is very evocative and relatable to many people. That was my first sojourn from Tallahassee. Lived in Virginia for a few years. My return, everything felt different, like it no longer belonged. I get that. Thank you for the hydrate jester. Bark, bark, bye, bye. I have this weird relationship with a lot of cities in Florida where, like, particular elements of them become familiar to me because I spend a lot of time traveling around the state. I have my home base, but I am on the move very frequently, and a lot of different cities in a lot of different ways have become homes of sorts. When I find myself visiting various places, there are spots of familiarity. The venues that I frequent in different towns and the streets that I know well. A lot of cities in tiny little ways have become homes to me. And sometimes I will visit a city that I haven't seen in 6 months, and yeah, it changes in that time. Whatever restaurant or bar I stopped at after a show is gone. There's construction on the road I parked on a year ago. A venue that I adored shuts down or gets renamed. I get that feeling a lot, in a lot of different places. No, you're perfectly fine, Asa. I do not mind it at all. It was at least partially a reference to one of the game's producers, Motoi Okamoto. Interesting. Very interesting. I don't think I read the text that was on that. Whoopsie daisy. Oopsie. I love the way that the map in this game fills up with little images that kind of remind you of the big, like, central points of any given room and space. I really love that.
Where must this take them?
A puzzle. Don't know why, but it appears each photograph can be rotated. There might be some kind of connection to the writing on the group photo. Okay, let's reset this for a moment. And let's go actually look at the group photo. They're crossed out. Who is that crossed out? I can't. That's us. That's us crossed out. Okay, that is us crossed out. We have our parents in frame. We have our friends. A couple of them anyway. But there's no photo of us. Something was hanging here before. I see. One seems to be missing, yeah. Okay, okay. Welcome back, Peru, Peru. Bark, bark, bite, bite. This is a massive area, and I don't know where my save points are yet. I don't like that. Okay, what's the most natural direction to keep following things around? I don't know. I'm just opening doors. I'm just opening doors as they come to me. There are places I felt I could return to, but there's change in ways that felt like a ghost at times. Tallahassee underwent many changes in the 5 years I was away. Still some bones that felt familiar to hold on to. Smaller places like Hosford, Crawfordville. I get you. I definitely do.
This is my parents' room, isn't it?
To Shimizu Kanata, or Kanta rather. Certificate of full payment. This certificate has been sent to certify that Shimizu Kanta has paid all outstanding loans and is hereby released from any further contractual obligations. We thank you for your continued patronage. Who is that sent by then? Interesting. Very interesting. First ever heavy weapon. Alright, alright. I don't know if he did yet. I want more information before I make that claim. But it's definitely a possibility. No, I'm familiar with like wedding dowries and whatnot. I understand the concept. I'm not quite jumping to that conclusion yet. I definitely see where that conclusion comes from. I'm not gonna jump to it quite yet. I want a bit more information before I do. I'm sure if that is the case, the game will tell us a bit more overtly eventually. God, the way this game handles lighting is absolutely beautiful. We found our little save point. Beautiful. We are getting towards the 6-hour mark, but I'm also not sure how much we have left in the game, you know? The sword and the fox fought, battling upon a set of scales. The heavens themselves shuddered at the ferocity of their struggle. Day after day the sun rose behind the fox's back and set behind the swords, yet their fight knew no end. The scales upon which they fought, however, were no more, having been destroyed long ago. Alright, so we're gonna need to find some other crests and arrange them based off the riddle there. We're also being equipped for battle. Interesting. Come on. There we go. Just a dried carcass, nothing else. I do find the rooms in here weirdly empty. Not sure why the Easter egg is fishery specifically, but Motoi Okamoto joined Konami in 2019, was put in charge of the Silent Hill series. I see. Well, if a short message was his first work, he's done a very good job. I think he's done a very excellent job specifically at like recapturing the spirit of older Silent Hill. The one statement I would make about his work is that he tends to be very on the nose with his symbolism. The way I felt about, you know, a short message was like, this is the closest we have had to Silent Hill 2 since Silent Hill 2. And it's definitely, in my mind, like the best Silent Hill game that we have gotten since, what's it called? This is definitely the best Silent Hill game we have gotten since... my brain. Silent Hill 4, for certain, but I also think that, like... It's very on the nose. He's an extremely on the nose kind of writer, which I don't think is inherent. I don't like that. I don't think it's an inherently bad thing.
Shu? Is that you?
Here lies the question though, chat. Do we go investigate that, or do we save that for next stream? Do we investigate that now, or do we save that for next stream? I think I'll jump for it.
It won't open.
The calendar's been placed in the room at the end of the
Hang on.
hallway. Interesting. He asks as he approaches it. I'm valid. I'm normal. So we have a calendar.
What's this doing here?
This date, feel like there's something special about it. There is one place where we could potentially hang something up. We could see if this fits the bill. Yeah, my one concern is getting myself stuck in a space where I won't have like a place to save for half an hour or something. The game's been decent about giving me save points as long as I'm in buildings, but that is my one concern. But I mean, what's the harm in just taking this calendar? You have to backtrack if I'm sitting on a pillow, goddammit. Yeah, of course I miss some obvious shit, no one's surprised. Something was hanging here before. I don't suppose it was my calendar? No, okay. So there was an emblem sitting on a pillow somewhere that I missed? Where the fuck was it then? I might as well find the emblem, save, and then call it there. 6 hours is pretty much my minimum, but given I'm going to be streaming 4 times this week, it's probably best to respect my limitations. Where the fuck is it? Hello, missing project. How goes it? Bark, bark, bite, bite. It was in a small room with a shrine-like recess. Would you mind, like, just telling me which room it was? Got stuck in the store? No worries, it happens. Welcome back. Welcome home. Proud of you. You did great. that's the study where we found the note. God, I don't like how fucking dreary this place is. See, this is the dried carcass, which is an item that takes up inventory space, and I don't have inventory space, and it's not like it's not a story item. That is a story item. Hi, Lycan, how goes it? Bark, bark, bite, bite. Yeah, that's a Nari sushi. Actually, what I can do. We're gonna drop this here, we're gonna grab the carcass, we're gonna drop that. And then we're gonna grab the other sushi. Thought that was an emblem. Yeah, I have not seen the emblem anywhere, but I very well could be missing something. Wouldn't be the first time. I am not the most observant person in the world. I am surprised that radio did not spark to life. Where are we on Amori? 700. We could draw another Amori, or we could try to increase one of our abilities. So increase our health or increase our sanity. Stamina is definitely the most valuable thing, given I'm playing on, like, literally the easiest difficulty, though. It's alright. You're totally fine. It can be hard to see shit. I am at a little bit of a loss with this one. I am at a little bit of a loss here. To be fair, this is a great ending spot. I just kind of don't want to end stream yet. Like, this is a good ending spot, but also my brain's like, I want to keep streaming, but it's probably for the best, given we're at the 6-hour mark, that I start to close out. One second, let me check something real quick. Especially given I have been unfortunately exhausting myself quite frequently recently. I keep falling into the habit of being like, yeah, I can handle XYZ, and then the next day not being able to handle XYZ. So I probably do need to, unfortunately, respect my limits, but that's sad. But that's sad, chat. Thank you for the hydrate, I appreciate it. The game is real crazy from here. Do you think this is a good stopping point? Vivi, do you think this is a good point for me to decide that I'm going to sleep? I'm really liking this, though. You'll probably finish NG next stream, but you kind of need to do New Game Plus to fully understand the story. Likely New Game Plus is abbreviated and full of new content. Noted. Alright, alright. I think then we'll call it here and we'll do the rest of the game next stream. I think that is smart. I think that is acceptable. I think I am content with that. But we've made some good progress today, and if Vivi is correct, hopefully we will get our first run of the game done next time. In which case, I need to go find someone to raid. Oh my god, my frames. Close the game, close the game. Okay, I have frames now, thank fucking god. We're gonna go find someone to raid, but it has been lovely being here, as it always is. Always blessed and happy for the opportunity to entertain. I know I will be here on Wednesday to celebrate New Year's with y'all. Very excited for that. But if I don't see you then, hope to see you again sometime in the near future. Who all is on that I could send some love to? Who all is on? Let me make sure I don't have anyone doing like an event on before I like raid someone I don't know. Give me a moment, chat. I look forward to seeing y'all Wednesday. I want to like sit down and work out the specifics of my resolutions. Oh, don't run an ad right as I'm trying to raid. Don't do this to me. Hello, McDoomington. Oh, never mind. It's a friend of mine's birthday. I know who I'm raiding. It's a friend of mine's birthday. We're gonna be in that case saying hello to Snacko Racko. Let me just make sure I don't have anything else important. Okay, cool. It is Snacko Racko's birthday, so we're gonna go say hi to Snacko Racko. Snacko Racko, longtime friend of the channel, absolutely someone worthy of your time and attention. They are a super lovely, raccoon who plays retro games and things of that nature. One of like the longest time buddies I have had on the channel. But we're gonna go wish a happy birthday to Snacko. Make sure you bite. Do bear in mind, Snacko does have a very safe for work, family friendly channel. So keep that in mind. Don't embarrass me. Respect. I don't think there's even swearing allowed in that chat over there. So please do bear that in mind. But thank you so much for being here, hanging out with me. It is massively appreciated. Y'all take care of yourselves. Hope to see you again sometime in the near future. All right. Signing off from the archive. Good night.